Well, good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we are live on Love 99.5 and all regions of Ghana. You also find us on myjoyonline.com, YouTube, X Spaces, and Facebook. Coming up, NPP's Thank You Tour in Ashanti region turns bloody as the team's macho man stabs a student supporter of Kennedy Ejapon.
One brought out a gun and fired 8 times in the air. It was at that point we started running for our lives. One of the guys drew a knife and stabbed my colleague.
Meanwhile, some leading figures of the party intensify calls for the tour suspension.
If you take a step back, what is happening is that it's not good for the party, and get back indoors, find a way out of this mess.
Also coming up this morning, the Ghana Bar Association threatens legal action if the president ignores its resolution to revoke Chief Justice Gertrude Tokoni's suspension. But the Attorney General's office calls their bluff.
We don't know whether the VP will gather the confidence and courage to proceed to court on something like this.
In business.
Well, coming up later in business, IMF praises government's commitment to fund program says continued efforts could yield turnaround by May 2026. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
And much later, Kumasi Mayor apologizes for removal of seized excavators and vows to not to repeat the incident.
I do not have any intention to misbehave. From now to the end of December, this place couldn't get myself with any machinery at that particular place. I'm begging you.
Is and more with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. Details now. A supporter of former flag bearer aspirant Kennedy Ohene Ejapon was stabbed in the Bantama constituency of the Ashanti region by men alleged to be party vigilantes linked to the Thank You Tour team. The stabbing reportedly occurred during an attempt to prevent the group of supporters from seizing cash that had been given to them. Nana Yaljima reports.
The student, whose name is being withheld, was stabbed at the right upper part of the rib. Doctors say the victim was stabilized after a minor surgery was conducted on him. He is still on admission at the emergency unit of the Konfanoche Teaching Hospital. According to members of the student group, the first encounter with the alleged vigilante group was at an auditorium in the Bantama constituency where leadership of the party held a thank you tour. They threatened them with a pistol in attempt to restrain them from chanting Jama songs with the name of Kennedy Ejapon. One of the guys brandished a gun and one of our people confronted him. On that, he put it away and left. They tried to sack us from the auditorium, but we went to the gallery to continue singing. The young man who spoke on anonymity says the armed men encountered them for the second time after they were gifted cash by an unknown man. He further indicated the armed men took the money from them and once again threatened them with a pistol. He says another gun was brandished and this time fired in the air 8 times. When I confronted the guys, they spoke in Hausa. We tried to reason with them to give us some of the money. They gave us 200 cedis, which was too small for the number we came with. When we tried getting more from them, one brought out a gun and fired 8 times in the air. It was at that point we started running for our lives. One of the guys drew a knife and stabbed my colleague. The matter has since been reported to the police.
Well, Nana Yaljima with that report. Meanwhile, calls are mounting for the suspension of the Thank You Tour following a strongly worded statement by the party's Boateng, a former chief of staff, Kojo has called it misplaced.
If you take a step back, what is happening is that it's not good for the party, and get back indoors and find a way out of this mess. Maybe if I were there, I would have given them my advice, as I'm telling you now. But I don't know. And I can't fault them for the decision they took. When I don't know why they took that decision. But I believe that decision is wrong.
And so they should suspend the ongoing Thank You Tour.
That's what I believe, that they should suspend it.
And you heard a former Chief of Staff Kojo in that interview. Meanwhile, former NPP flag bearer Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia apologized for mistakes made in the lead-up to the elections.
Because
of how the votes turned out, we asked Professor Okwe to investigate the reasons behind our loss. We worked hard, but we also made mistakes. First, I want to acknowledge that we got some things wrong, and for that I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. If God wills and we return to power, we will do our best to correct those wrongs and make things right for you.
Now, the Ghana Bar Association has threatened legal action if President John Mahama does not comply with a resolution passed at its mid-year conference. The association contends that the suspension of Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu is unconstitutional and violates Article 296 due to the absence of a proper governing framework. They are demanding the immediate reversal of a suspension and the publication of the full decision that established a prima facie case against her. PRO Xavier Kojo spoke on Top Story.
As far as the discretion of appointing the Chief Justice is concerned, the President ought to have done that under a published regulation as required by Article 296.
Would you be going to court to challenge this?
That's a possibility, because once it's about a constitution or law, that's a possibility.
A possibility you'll be exploring how soon?
Because going forward, there must be clear guidelines as to how these things ought to be done. So that's a possibility, to have the courts to interpret that for us.
However, the Deputy Attorney General, Dr. Justice Shremsa, has called the bluff, doubting that the court will grant their release.
We are convinced that our position is the right one. We don't know whether the GP will gather the confidence and courage to proceed to court on something like this. I understand that decision to be political, and I don't think that there's any serious belief in anybody that the court will grant such a release.
Moving on, Health Minister Kwabena Mintah-Kando says the newly launched Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Mahama Cares, will require about 3 billion cedis annually. He noted that funding for the first year is already secured. The policy document is ready for parliamentary presentation, and a short code for public donations will soon be introduced.
Within the next 72 hours, we will announce a short code where everybody can also contribute. The initial stage, we need about 3 billion Ghana cedis for the next first year. Second year, we need about 3 billion. So yearly for now, the projection, once we run the scheme, we realize that we can add on more diseases. So they were adding on and adding on. But for the initial stages, for this chronic disease, the cancer, the cardiovascular diseases, we need about 3 billion. And that 3 billion, we are taking a percentage from the uncapping money and then go look for the rest somewhere.
Now, Kumasi Mayor Richard Ofori-Agyemang-Boadi has apologized for ordering the removal of 5 seized excavators from the Forestry Commission. Now, he admitted to requesting the machines for a demolition project, but halted the move upon realizing they were seized and pledged not to use such equipment for assembly projects again.
We wanted to go and demolish the structure, the one out of the where the village working for the people and put you on like yourself, it's something that comes with the office. But please, in such a way, I do not have any intention to misbehave. From now to the end of December, this place couldn't get myself with any machinery at that particular place. I'm begging you. My intentions are good. My intentions are to save lives. I did not intend to cause the slightest of disaffection or discomfort for any staff or officer of the Forestry Commission, because it was never in my knowledge that the machines were kept at the Forestry Commission.
Now, life at Zone 21 of the Swami Magazine Industrial Enclave is yet to return to normalcy after an inferno swept through the area. Nana Aljima reports.
The zone is a hub for sector players in vehicle assembling. But an inferno on the dawn of January 31 this year has reduced the place to rubble.
They shouldn't play with fire. After my shop was destroyed, I went through a lot. I experienced headaches often. I couldn't sleep. Sometimes were difficult. It took psychological support from doctors to stabilize me.
At the entrance of the enclave, I meet 2 shop owners in a casual conversation. Today, they have come to pass time at their shops as they struggle to rebuild.
If you stay home, you will encounter too many questions. So we come here to avoid all that. If we get electricity, we can get small tools to start.
and a bit me and yan like Canea or Hane, or Bepa machine to a beer.
The artisans say restoration of electricity to the area by the Electricity Company of Ghana will be a major boost towards restoring the Zone 21 of Swami Magazine. For Joy News, Nana Ojima, Kumasi.
And that's all for this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson, and up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go, the go. Go me. At what time when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action. No, Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommates gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards we bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rate get more from Absa. Hey, easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. FTK account and get more from Absa. Yes, join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further inquiries, call 0501 562 962 or 0501 552 495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Washing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV? Chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news. Brought to us by Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, and Total Energies Total. We go the extra mile for you. Coming up is the Joy Business Report brought to us by MNC Properties, a member of MNC Group. MNC Properties, choice of class. Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature. And Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Akbafu.
Hey, morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm doing well. How about you?
Oh, as you can see, I'm doing well too.
I can see that. Wow.
Yes. God is still in a miracle working
Yes,
business.
He is.
Great.
Yeah.
Look, this morning, I'm sure you may have heard, David Ofosudote on Monday saying this.
If you have a society where there is a strong belief in demons and witchcraft as being responsible for our poverty, it is likely that our mindset will let us devote more time to prayer than to action.
Why are you laughing?
I mean, the witches and wizards part got me laughing. But yes, we need a mindset
But also
resolution.
listen to this. Just listen to this.
It is important to understand that once these mindsets are built up, it becomes a reason why people may flee to go abroad. And in fleeing, there is a mindset which encourages some people to give as much as $10,000 to somebody to just help them go abroad. That $10,000 is significant capital if you wanted to do any business in Ghana. There are many houses in Accra which are empty and have not had tenants for a very long time, but they are not going to reduce the advance that they need. It's a mindset issue and has very little to do with monetary policy being fixed. So it appears that we have designed ourselves to solve problems, including problems we don't face, and we leave the real problems we face aside. Indeed, how prices are fixed in this country is like the peace of the Lord. It passeth all understanding.
Daryl.
Great stuff. I just hope people are listening. That's what I'm just wondering right now.
I moderated this conversation. And after the conversation, I have listened to it more than twice. Okay? And what we're going to be doing this morning is to bring you excerpts of his presentation. He says, in the Fourth Republic, let me just limit it to the Fourth Republic, we've talked about two major problems. Two factors or challenges that have created problems for us. So external factors and macroeconomic challenges. But when it comes to macroeconomic challenges, his focus was on inflation. The fact that we've used monetary policy rate as a means of fighting inflation.
Well, we know the real problem, right?
Now, he tells you that today, in this country called Ghana, don't we know, for instance, that the market queen who goes to buy produce at farm gate buys them at prices that by the time they reach the market, they've been increased by more than 100%?
That's the situation.
Don't we know, for instance, that somebody buys a car, for 5 years, 6 years, the car is still at the garage. He's unwilling to reduce it. In fact, if you go, he would increase the price.
Yeah.
Don't we know these things? Don't we know that people in this country actually, rent every year it increases.
Goes up. No matter what, it's going up.
Every year will go up. Don't we know that? Don't we know that in this country we pray more than we act? Nobody's against prayer.
Yeah, nobody's against prayer.
Where there is a problem, instead of dealing with the problem, then we start praying.
we try to pray the issues away.
Don't we know that in this country, even where we've identified the challenges, they become recall? Okay, so value addition. We've been
saying that for God knows how long,
and yet we never add value. Is it not common knowledge that the West, our colonial masters, built railways that led to the ports?
Don't even go there, Winston.
What have we built?
Don't even go there.
They built railways that would lead you to the port because they wanted to export your resources. When we took over, what have we done?
Nothing.
See, this morning we'll get into this. You want to say something?
No, I was just saying that I just hope somebody is listening and there's going to be a change in the way we think.
Revolution.
Yeah, because I mean, we know the issues, we know the solutions, but nobody is willing to act.
Stay with us. This is something we call food for thought for a Wednesday morning. A mindset revolution. And let's now get into the Joy Business Report with Darryl Kwao and the team.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, IMF praises government's commitment to the fund program, says continued efforts could yield turnaround by May 2026. Also, Bank of Ghana shows country's record international reserves will be managed prudently due to the impact on cedi interest rates and investor confidence. Plus, Ghana fails for fifth consecutive time to attract investments into upstream petroleum industry. We have details from the Public Interest and Accountability Committee. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for staying with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidion KTU Radio. First up, the IMF has expressed satisfaction with government's commitment to the fund program. There are fears that government could take its foot off the pedal when some of these fiscal reforms are met with resistance from the public. But speaking to Joy Business in Washington, D.C., Director at the African Department of the IMF, Abebe Selassie, said if Ghana continues on this path, then the much talked about turnaround of the economy could be realized soon.
Satisfied with that. We have a program which we're engaging, and this government has been very active since coming in to engage, and of course satisfied with that. We have a program which we're engaging, and this government has been very active since coming in to engage, and we'll work with them in terms of what their new priorities are and helping advance. It's a process rather than one single shot thing that can be done, right? Pardon? Very much.
You heard a director of the African Department at the IMF, Abebe Selassie, speaking to Joy Business in Washington, D.C. Now, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Isiama, has assured that the central bank will do everything within its power to ensure the record reserves are managed prudently. Ghana's international reserves crossed the $9 billion mark in February this year. This has resulted in the IMF announcing that Ghana has exceeded the international reserves needed for program completion in May 2026. However, there are concerns that the central bank could go on a currency defending spree for political gains. Speaking to Joy Business in Washington, D.C., Dr. Isiama insists that will not happen.
We have a projected cash flow, when it comes to the foreign exchange demands going forward. So we have a good idea of payments that would have to be made, probably 2 years from now. So we project all these. We don't just wait until there's a demand before we act. So we have it all figured out, and we think that the current levels of reserves we have should be able to carry us through at least a couple of years, coming ahead. And also remember, the fund program brings about its own dividend, because now there's renewed confidence in the economy. You can see lots more of foreign investors coming in. People are now asking about bonds once again. That is exciting. Inflows will pick up, and then you'll see it in terms of movements in the city.
Meanwhile, the governor has rejected reports that the city's current good run is due to significant dollar injection from the central bank.
So the stability you are seeing now is not because we are intervening in the market. It's not because we are selling reserves for stability. No. Remember, our reserves program is actually going up, by the day. We are building more and more reserves. All that we are doing is strengthening, the surge in inflows. A number of foreign exchange market reforms are being implemented. It is the combination of all these factors that you are seeing.
Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Johnson Isiama there. The ranking member on Parliament's Economic and Development Committee, Kojo Oponkuma, is warning that growth could suffer if ongoing expenditure cuts are not well targeted. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Latuforsen, has announced some cuts as part of the Fiscal consolidation program under the IMF program. Speaking to Joy Business, Kojo Oponkuma warned that this could backfire for the economy if it is not well managed.
What we have expressed is that if you look at the economic program of the current administration, the biggest chunks of the funds are not going into these productive sectors. And that's why we keep cautioning them that pay attention to the productive sectors so that growth will be better than the 4.0.
Your committee level, what should we be expecting this year to ensure that at least not just about the overruns, but there is some fiscal prudence?
The budget is clear on the targets that we need to achieve. We think, however, that the consolidation or the austerity has to be qualitative. By that I mean that it has to be focused on ensuring that spending in the key areas, agric, industry, telecom services, etc., is not undermined.
Ranking member on Parliament's Economic and Development Committee, Kojo Oponkuma. Now, Chief Executive of the Ghana Association of Banks, Amoah, has urged government to avoid interfering in the investment decisions of the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, citing recent concerns of poor investment decisions and depleting pension funds. Mr. Amoah called for the appointment of technocrats to operate to ensure pensioners enjoy value for money. He spoke at the Money Summit, a program organized by the Business and Financial Times to deliberate investment opportunities and pension management.
I therefore call on our political parties to at all times ensure that the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, leadership team is always fit for purpose, and their term of office is not mixed up with SOEs whose leadership tenure is coterminous with the political leadership change. One of the critical areas that need urgent attention is the professional management of all pension funds, particularly SNIT, Ghana's largest pension fund. For years, it has been alleged that some investment decisions have either been politically influenced or have not been in the best interest of contributors to the scheme. And this has resulted in suboptimal fund management. Successive governments, while having vested interest in the health of the pension system, must not politicize its management.
Meanwhile, Chief Executive of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, Dr. Christopher Boedi-Mensah, outlined measures being rolled out to protect pension funds.
In terms of regulation, because we have a system now where we can actually, NPR have a system where the industry can actually log down, we can see whatever they are doing. We are making sure we have even moved from compliance and we are now on risk-based, kind of regulation. So we are doing a lot to actually ensure that, pension fund is properly protected.
Dr. Christopher Boedi-Mensah, CEO, NPRA. Turning to other news, despite efforts by the Ministry of Energy to attract investments into the upstream petroleum industry, there was no petroleum agreement signed in 2024 for the country's hydrocarbons. This can be attributed to some regulatory challenges and growing arbitration in the sector. There's more from the Public Interest and Accountability Committee 2024 annual report.
According to the 2024 Public Interest and Accountability Committee (PIAC) report, this is the fifth consecutive year that no petroleum agreement has been signed since 2018. It is therefore urgent Parliament to ensure that the Ministry of Energy and its allied agencies increase efforts to secure investment into Ghana's upstream petroleum industry. In terms of crude oil production, it declined for the fifth consecutive year in 2024. Production has dropped from a high of 71.44 million barrels in 2019 to 48.25 million barrels in 2024, representing a year-on-year decline of 0.01% and a 5-year average decline of 7.4%. The 2024 PIAC annual report reconciles and analyzes information as well as data from key stakeholder institutions.
You're listening to the Joy Business Report. Next, turning passion into profit isn't always easy for artists, but painter and sculptor B.A. Champo makes marketing his art look effortless, blending creativity with business savvy to bring his pieces to the world. We follow his journey on the Joy Business van. Welcome to B.A. Champo Gallery at the West Hills Mall in Accra. Behind every sculpture, every carefully chiseled line and molten metal curve is a man, B.A. Champo. A name that has come to symbolize more than just art, a storyteller, a keeper of culture, a visionary.
I'm Pan-Africanist. I like everything about Africa. You can see from what I'm wearing.
For many years, Echampong has drawn from the deep well of Ghanaian heritage. the legends, the textures of the land, and the beat of the drum, but it's his hands that truly speak, shaping and casting metal, painting vivid canvases that echo tradition and imagination, transforming silence into stories that speak volumes.
The drumming and dancing, the pole, the way we do the way we cook, the way we dress, everything. You see, that one really inspired me a lot. So to preserve that one in my small way, I always try to put it in my painting or my sculpture works.
For a Champong, art is not decoration, it is a declaration. All right, feeling the drum beats here. That's Be a Champon Gallery on the Joy Business Van this afternoon at 1 p.m. right after the Joy Business Report, 5 p.m. on Business Live on the Joy News channel. A small class on marketing art you want to listen to. Also, before we go, the commodity market, crude oil declined marginally to $63 a barrel. Gold open trading at $3,309 an ounce after losing more than $7. Cocoa selling at $8,891 a ton after losing $51 from yesterday's trading. On the currency market, Winston, the dollar going for 15 cedis 50 pesos. That's what some forex bureaus are offering their clients. A British pound, 20 cedis 30 pesos. The euro going for 17 cedis 40 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 14 cedis 25 pesos. More news on our website, myjournal.com/business. My name is Darren Kwao. Winston is here with more of the Super Morning Show.
Thank you very much, Daryl. The city.
Yeah, you don't seem impressed.
I think on the interbank exchange rate, it's at
lower.
14.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means we're doing. I mean, yes, it's a lot of things happening in the world. America itself, the dollar, not in a better place.
Not in a better place, and
so yes, we would also take advantage of that. So I'm happy that the city is doing well.
But for how long? That's the question.
Well,
right?
yes, the governor tells us that it will be sustained. We had some 370 million from the IMF. Yeah, that would also help. Because it increases your supply of dollars. In the heat of the challenges, as we look elsewhere, and as the G20 are having conversations, and as we're the thoughts about a lot of electronic transactions, what it actually does is that it also helps. Okay, it would help many entities. These days we're transferring money in our local currencies. We're using PAPs, and it's helping. So eventually we'll get there. I mean, when we put in place all of these measures, the hope is that it would strengthen local currencies within the African area.
And I think it's interesting, he points out this morning that we are not seeing that the city doing well because the central bank is injecting monies into the system. That's not the reason for this, if you like, appreciation of the city. So let's see.
Well, let's see how it goes, which means we can now bring you our inspirational song for today. And that's one by Eddie James and Fresh Wine Music. That's it.
If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time.
music. I'm told that Aaron Richards chose this one. Good morning, Kojo.
Good morning, Winston. How are you?
God is taking care of his children.
Yes, I love this song. If it wasn't for the blood, where would we be? And you remember there's a local gospel song like that.
That's Gin and Bennis.
Yes.
So this is the inspiration.
These people learned from Gin and Bennis.
Years ago, we asked Kofi Kinata. Kofi, someone said they say that the inspiration of Eradibeji Stiano is Jesus take the wheel. I say, if you come and Jesus take the wheel. Anyway, let's get into our Drive Safe campaign.
Yes, the Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection. Always avoid distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel, and be visible, drive with your lights on. That's how you ensure your safe arrival. Now, I want to talk about hydroplaning, right? It occurs when your tires lose contact with the road due to water buildup, and it causes a dangerous loss of control because the traction you get from the road is due to the friction between the tires and the road. So when there is water basically lubricates the road, so you lose that friction. So whilst you drive on a wet road, if you are speeding, and especially when there are pots of water and puddles and you speed into them, you run straight into them, you lose your grip and it can throw you off. So this raining season, if you are driving on the road, please keep your speed in check. At least when it's raining, do your 40, 50. When you're not speeding, the car settles on the road. When you're speeding, the car glides on the road and you lose the friction and you can lose control and get yourself in trouble. So watch out for that.
Great, which means we can now learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
So Kojo, this morning I want us to do a bit of a revision. Okay, so I'm going to spell the word and you'd help me with the pronunciation.
Matakam.
So it's Opportunity.
Do you want me to pronounce it the Ghana way, the American way, or the British way? Because somebody like Adrasafu will say opportunity.
There's only one pronunciation,
and some other people will say opportunity.
So
an opportunity.
So the right pronunciation, because here we focus on the English pronunciation, not the British variety, is opportunity.
Opportunity.
The all there, so there's a vowel 12 which makes it upper. So as in what you see, so you see mother.
Yeah.
The last sound is the vowel 12.
Yeah.
They call it shiva. Others would have their own pronunciation. That's vowel 12. So opportunity.
Okay.
Opportunity. Now the Americans would say opportunity, and that's how come many of us get
the
confused.
Americans would say opportunity. The T is a D.
Well, so many of us get confused with the American accent and we say either opportunity, whatever. But if you want to say it right, it's simply opportunity.
Nice.
And that is the British way of saying it. Okay? So just learn how.
Thank you so much, Winston, for this.
Yes, so
learning new things every day.
We can now move on to the newspaper review brought to us by Syntex, Stronger, Tough, Access Bank, More Than Banking, and Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile. Kojo.
Let's start with the News Center newspaper. Disclosed prima facie evidence. Acting Chief Justice should withdraw court assignment directive. This is the Ghana Bar Association. MTN Ghana recalls stellar start to 2025. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund has been launched to tackle chronic diseases, and the President, His Excellency John Mahama, is asking for our support, especially corporate Ghana, to fund this as well. 65% of teens in mining communities abandon school for gold. 65% of teens in mining communities abandon school for gold. And BOG's gold reserves hit 31 tons from 8.78 in 2023. And John Dumelo is on the front page as well. He says we should eat local chicken to enrich farmers.
Now, the daily graphic for today says Ghana Medical Trust Fund launch, support Mahama cares. President urges corporate Ghana. There's a special supplement on May Day. Boku crisis mediation off to positive start and assist children affected by community mining, CRI. Also on the front page, simplify tax laws to curb evasion. Abeku Jankwanza, who is tax partner PwC, urging government. And then the back page, no fee stress portal launched, and bridge to open up Afram Plains in the offing.
And that is really good news. The Minister of Roads and Highways says they are going to build a bridge from Adoso to Echiamanfrom. The president has also mentioned that they are going to build a bridge from Dambai to Dodoikope. It means that we are opening up the country and people can travel 247. Now, the Ghanaian publisher, bring back our Chief Justice now. Ghana Bar Association chase Mahama. Kofo's Chief of Staff tells NPP, stop this messy thank you tour and public fights. There's a photo of Kojo Mpianim. NEIP Ejumera unveils 40,000 jobs. It's also on the front page of the new publisher. And if I can take you to the Ghanaian publisher, GBA, Des Mahama, show us case against Chief Justice. And Dr. Joseph Siao Ejapon, the founder of Zoom Lion, is on the front page. Local government committee rally support for Zoom Lion. They are asking the government to pay all arrears to Zoom Lion after they visited one of his plants in Ho. And they are asking for more support for him to deal with sanitation and waste in Ghana. Asin Trump backs again, and he says even poor people want to speak their minds. How much more me, a rich man? This is related to the NPP's thank you tour and the public fights that Kojo Mpianim is urging them to stop.
Well, the Daily Guide for today says poison crippled Ghana's kids pay price for galamsey. And look, we've been talking about this for a very long time. I mean, that what we are doing to ourselves. I've asked that question consistently. Just a bit of it that says that a new expose by Child Rights International review that children as young as 5 are forced into deadly pits, inhaling mercury fumes, suffering broken bones, and losing their future, all for a few grams of gold. We cannot continue like this.
We cannot do that.
Well, we'll get back to this issue.
Yes, and later when we are talking about it, there is this water test we did somewhere in Chifo Praso area. I'll take you through the water test for you to know the kind of things in our water because of galamsey.
Now, 3 Indians arrested for suspected gold smuggling. Revoked justice talk on no suspension, GBA to Bahama. And at the UPSA tax dialogue, experts call for reforms to address revenue leakages. And, a presentation done by Professor Isaac Bodi indicates that we lose some $9 billion through these leakages. Now, $9 billion is about 140 billion Ghana cedis. That's about half of your total expenditure for 2025.
And we lose that through revenue leakages.
Yes.
How do we plug those leakages?
Well, we know.
Anyway.
Are you done with the papers?
Yes, I'm done with the headlines. I can give you a couple of...
before you do that, we need to go for the online news review. That's brought to us by Zenith Bank, in your best interest, and Goyle, good energy. Goyle, India.
And you can experience the thrill of easy banking with Zenith Bank this season. Enjoy 24-hour access to Zenith Bank secure digital banking channels from the comfort of your home, office, or wherever you are. You can make quick and easy payments with your Zenith MasterCard, Visa card, or EasyPay GH Dual card, or simply use the Z Mobile. Simply use the Z Mobile Ghana app, internet banking on Zenith Bank, or dial star 966 hash to manage your account. To buy data bundles and airtime, make payments and more. No stress, no long waits. Just go for the full bouquet from Zenith Bank, their digital banking channels. Visit zenithbank.com.gh or call them on 054 2000 111. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Now, law is not democracy. Deputy AG says GBA resolution on CJ suspension is legally meaningless. And there's one here. I'll bring you the details later. You didn't suffer any injury. State attorney tells assaulted multimedia journalist Latif Idrisu. Now, for those of us who work with Latif, we know the injury he sustained. And even today, the impact of that injury on him. I mean, because you're defending a case, he didn't sustain any injury when there are medical records to show. We'll get back to that. This is something we'll have to talk about. But this morning, look, on Monday, Kojo, you watched David Ofosu-Dotte, who's senior partner ABN David Africa, as he took us through the need for a mindset revolution for the transformation of the Ghanaian economy.
Yeah.
Now, we have listened to it again, and everything he says describes just who we are as a people and our approach to things and why we must change. Please listen to this, okay? Just listen to this and let this influence your thinking for today and the coming days as you think about Ghana.
Now, if you overlook these mindset issues, they are the software on which our national hardware is built. So once we pursue transformation, it is important to understand that once these mindsets are built up, it becomes the reason why people may flee to go abroad. And in fleeing, there is a mindset which encourages some people to give as much as $10,000 to somebody to just help them go abroad. That $10,000 is significant capital if you wanted to do any business in Ghana. But it is the mindset which tells them that the greener pastures is going to get more. That is what makes them spend that amount of money to go out. It is that same mindset which drives everybody to go into politics, or most people at least, not to solve problems, but to transform their personal selves in order to become better than others. It is the same mindset which helps us to choose who we want to vote for each time that we are disappointed, with the hope that somebody will deliver the transformation. So it is important we address this mindset. The other mindset that is worth talking about, beyond the macroeconomic challenges one I have talked about, is the systemic disempowerment of our people. We are so consciously disempowered as ordinary people. If you take the leaders aside, the rest of the people are disempowered. Indeed, many of our leaders are themselves disempowered, and I will illustrate a few. The disempowerment has resulted from many things. First, from chieftaincy itself, which has been with us since time immemorial, where we worshipped those who led us and carried them shoulder high. From slavery, where we became subjects either of our own countrymen and kinsmen whose tribe had conquered ours, or when we became slaves and shipped abroad to other places because we were sold by those who are our leaders, or we were captured by force. A people's history can affect their mindset over the period. It goes into their DNA over generations. Colonization is part of the things which affected our mindset. Being independent, which very often we confuse with self-rule. Now, so far as I'm concerned, we were never a dependent nation. Dependence means to me that we were relying on another group of people. Being ruled by others led us into self-rule when we got what is quote and unquote independence. It appears to me that we are more dependent today than we were previously. But for the purpose of this discussion, let us use the word independence interchangeably with self-rule. Then we had post-colonial leaders, some of which were dictatorial, good or bad. Those were the order of the day. Then the civilian and military. Over the period, you can see that we have developed a culture where we worship our leaders, and a society which worships its leaders, including carrying those whose forefathers sold them into slavery, is a disempowered society. But we all know that we live in a dollarized mindset. When we are giving you the price, we have somewhere in the back of our mind converted it into the dollar. So the dollar is a very important part of our thinking. So we pretend to be spending cedis all right, but all our thinking is in dollars, including how we fix our rent. Yet these are issues that we don't deal with. The best, of course, we can do is to issue statements that we should not price things in dollars, which we don't. But if we have indexed them in dollars, it's as good as having priced them in dollars. Added to the fact that we tend to prefer foreign goods. So even the things we produce, we like to import them. It actually takes me back to the campaign which was conducted in the Champon regime, where there was a conscious effort to encourage consumption of made in Ghana goods, especially made in Ghana, food produced in Ghana. Today I know many Ghanaians who, if they are traveling, would like to take a tin of Milo from Ghana, or want to take pig milk as against other milk, because those days we were consciously encouraged to consume these which were then made in Ghana. And that's how come they became the goods that we prefer as against others. Some of those conscious efforts we need to do and move away from the mindset which enables us import yemwadie. I don't know whether there's an English equivalent of what yemwadie is. At the last time where there was a discussion on inflation I was following, grapes had contributed a significant part of our imports. Foreign rice. Now there are times that for the public sector, even when the thing is being produced here, importation is a procurement opportunity, and that procurement opportunity provides corruption for them to get some amount of money, and as a result they will nevertheless import, notwithstanding the fact that we could have saved the foreign exchange. So when we turn around to complain about the dollar to CD exchange rate, we forget that the mindset that is contributing to it is a mindset that requires us to be corrupt by procuring from outside and by consuming things we otherwise produce here. The expenditure that contributes to inflation is one of the most hydra-headed problems that we have. It starts with the huge power we give to private driver unions. Ghana Road Transport, a private road transport union, Progressive Transport a union, Cooperative, Road Haulage Association, etc. If you ever took the chance to read the constitution of the GPRTU as an example, they have a provision, I think it's Article 21 or 25 of that constitution, which says that if a driver is at what they call scale, in other words, you are loading, and the scale is not full, the vehicle is not full, you do not move. Essentially, it's what we call in transportation a full load factor concept. So it is a seller's market. It's not a buyer's market. The only vehicle you can join is the one on scale. You don't have any option. And remember, we gave the power to GPRTU and those people who manage the stations to also control the stations. So the choice is not given to those who want to board a vehicle, but to those who are running the vehicle. Then there is a provision which allows the executive of those associations to run more trips on the basis that they have done some good to the association. So what will happen is that over the period, you will see it that added to congestion, the frequency of trips, for example, between here and Tema, has constantly reduced from 10 trips a day to 6 to now maximum about 3 that you can do because of the full load factor concept. But in fixing transportation prices, it is obvious that at 60 load factor, in other words, if your occupancy rate is 60, you are breaking even. So all vehicles load here on the basis of a full load factor concept. Yet, the price fixing is so strange that the moment government increases fuel for a certain percentage, the cartel, and this time the cartel are all grouped under something called the Ghana Road Transport Coordination Council, GRTTC, can increase the fuel price at their own choice, at times by negotiations with government and government to convince them to reduce it. Previously, we made the things even worse by passing PNDC Law 317. Some of us campaigned vehemently for the repeal of that law. It was repealed under Act 863, the Road Traffic Act. What did PNDC Law 317 do? It empowered the GPRTU to be able to arrest other road offenders of commercial vehicles. And as a result, they created a training school in Sunyani and were able to become a force which did not only have powers of arrest, but also had powers of control of the terminals, which by law under LI 1961 are actually belong to the assemblies. You have a situation where transport operators lock out the choice of those who want to board vehicles and dictate the price. It doesn't end there. We have something called market queens. These market queens control who controls the goods and brings the goods from the farms to the markets that we buy from. And you will notice that if you actually went to a typical farm gate to buy any produce, the produce is very competitive across West Africa. But by the time it gets to the market, it's not competitive because the post-harvest cost build-up of transportation adds almost 100% to the cost of the produce. Yet, I have not seen any macroeconomic policy that addresses these examples of things which add to the inflation or contribute to the inflation. So it appears that we have designed ourselves to solve problems, including problems we don't face, and we leave the real problems we face aside. Indeed, how prices are fixed in this country is like the peace of the Lord. It passes all understanding. We tend to focus a lot on the monetary policy approach to fighting inflation, which I have nothing against. The question I always ask is whether that is the only approach that we must adopt. Just this morning, whilst I was trying to put some points down for this session, I realized there was an IMF news piece that Ghana's inflation has dropped to 21% and will drop to 17% by end of year 2025. I took a look at Nigeria and I got 25%. But of course, dropping from 54%, which we had about a couple of years ago, to 21% is remarkable. But Nigeria 25%, Angola 21%, Botswana 2.7%, Kenya 3.5%, Liberia 10.7%, Mauritius 0.8%, less than 1%, Rwanda 3.8%. The question I ask myself is, why is Ghana not in the single-digit category? And I remember in the past, whenever any government attained single-digit inflation, it was news. And at times, even 11% was described as single-digit. To the best of my arithmetic, 11% is not single-digit. But nevertheless, we pride ourselves in attaining this single-digit inflation. So inflation as a macroeconomic indicator is very important. And indeed, it is so important that it can lead political parties to lose power. We like to hold on to things. I had occasion to be speaking to a very big man in the financial sector some time ago who had a house. And he said he wanted to dispose of the house because he needed some money. Then somebody informed the mother that he wanted to dispose of the house, and the mother called him and said, look, if you dispose of this house, they will say you are Kwasi Ampeni. I don't know what Kwasi Ampeni, how to put it in English. But so he kept the house. In other words, it is a mindset that allows us to hold on to an asset that we can turn into liquid or cash just because we like holding on to assets. That's not the culture of other societies, especially societies who measure their inflation by monetary policy approaches that we do use here. So the mindset in one way or the other affects us. I don't know if you've noticed this, if you just drive around Accra, those who deal in second-hand cars. There are times a car has been at that place for 5 to 6 years. It's not bought. They will never reduce to clear. It's very difficult to find a situation in Ghana where somebody is reducing something to clear. They hold on to it, even though the thing is losing its value. Take accommodation, which is a significant part of the consumer price index, rent. We take 2 years advance. In a typical Western society which measures monetary policy or inflation by using monetary policy index, nobody is going to ask you for 2 years advance. These days, if you are lucky, you get 1 year advance. At best, you pay some 3 months security deposit, and then you do pay your monthly rent. There are many houses in Accra which are empty and have not had tenants for a very long time, but they are not going to reduce the advance that they need. It's a mindset issue and has very little to do with monetary policy being fixed. Now, if you have a situation where highly educated middle class people would rather keep an empty house than reduce the advance that they take, that is a mindset issue and we need to deal with it. If you have a society where there is a strong belief in demons and witchcraft as being responsible for our poverty, it is likely that our mindset will let us devote more time to prayer than to action. And again, these are things that we need to talk about. I remember there was an occasion where there was a whole prayer session organized to pray into the Akosombo, and the level of the lake had gone down at that time with the hope that prayer was going to bring the water level up. I'm not so sure if the water level came up after those prayers anyway. I do believe in prayers and I do pray every day, but it appears that we act less and pray more. And that type of mindset are things that we need to deal with both as a people and as leaders.
Wow.
Yes, David Ofosudote.
Look, Kojo, let's just let this sink in for a minute, okay? Just keep thinking about it, because we'll have a conversation about it later on the show.
Yes.
The need for a mindset revolution. I know you've done all your writings.
Yes, I've listed 10 points from this presentation. That covers almost every story that the newspapers brought to us today and all our usual problems.
This is like a springboard.
Yeah.
It means we can actually go for the BBC News. I want to return, we'll talk about it. The BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
So who are the smugglers who sold them this route? And what does their digital footprint tell us about them?
Trending. Sunday at 21 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, adults are buying more toys than ever before. So what's driving this trend? Nearly a third of global toy sales now come from kidults. We find out how brands are shifting their focus away from children into this growing market.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up from the BBC World Service, The Interview. Conversations with the people shaping our world. With me, James Copnell, presenter of Newsday. For this episode of The Interview, I speak to Imtithal Mahmood, a Sudanese-American poet and activist with the IDP Humanitarian Network, a charity working with internally displaced people. She's a survivor of conflict in Sudan, a former refugee, and has lost several members of her family fleeing violence in Darfur camps.
He was 22 years old, and the rocket-propelled grenade came down, and that was it. We lost him, and we lost 3 community members along with him, and there's no accountability for it, and there's nothing that we were able to do.
Zamzam camp in Darfur was home to hundreds of thousands of people who had already been displaced by war over the past 20 years. Emi Mahmood. Hear more on The Interview after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. President Trump has held a rally marking his first 100 days in office. Addressing supporters in Michigan, he revelled in changes to key policies, saying he'd achieved the most secure border in American history. From Michigan, here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
He boasted that he had enjoyed the most successful first 100 days of any administration in the history of our country. But his poll ratings are dismal, and voters are worried about what he's doing to the economy. In an exclusive interview broadcast last night with ABC News' senior national correspondent Terry Moran, Mr. Trump pushed back against suggestions that he's becoming an authoritarian president and said that he planned to continue with the rapid pace of change he's imposing on America and the world, telling his supporters at the rally in Michigan he's just getting started and you haven't seen anything yet.
Manufacturing activity in China fell in April and more sharply than had been predicted by economists. The Purchasing Managers' Index dropped from its highest level in a year in March as President Trump's tariffs kicked in, along with retaliatory taxes imposed by China. Our Asia business reporter Nick Marsh has more.
The extent of this drop is down in part to a flurry of exports last month, as manufacturers rushed to ship out goods just before the tariffs kicked in. But even so, China has been hurt by the enormous 145% levies imposed by the United States. Neither side so far has made the first move towards negotiations in this trade war, which China's leadership has vowed to fight until the bitter end if necessary.
A BBC investigation has revealed the scale of Turkey's growing military presence in northern Iraq, where Ankara says it's pursuing the Kurdish militant group, the PKK. Using open-source satellite imagery, a BBC team identified 136 Turkish military bases, of which more than 120 have been built on fertile farmland since 2018. The investigation found that the region's Kurdish government appeared not to object, and local authorities had undermined victims' efforts to seek justice. Police in India say 15 people have died in a fire at a hotel in central Kolkata. One is reported to have jumped from a balcony of the Ritu Raj Hotel, trying to escape the flames. Several of the victims appeared to have suffocated. 88 people were staying there when the fire broke out. The local police chief, Manoj Verma, gave this statement to reporters.
As far as our team has observed during the search operation, there are at least 15 casualties. Several people were rescued from rooms and the roof of the hotel. 5 individuals were rescued from inside the hotel and 20 were brought down from the roof.
You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. There have been more exchanges of gunfire between Indian and Pakistani forces across the line of control in Kashmir. Indian officials also said Pakistani troops fired across the international border. Despite appeals from the UN Secretary-General, there's little sign of any easing of tensions following the killing of tourists and guides in Indian-administered Kashmir. A member of South Korea's Parliamentary Intelligence Committee says around 600 North Korean soldiers have been killed while fighting for Russia against Ukraine. Lee Sung-kwan said more than 4,000 others had been wounded. But he added the war meant North Korea's military had become less inept and its combat capabilities had significantly improved. The chief executive of the world's largest tobacco company, Philip Morris, has accused some governments of hampering efforts to transition away from cigarettes. Jacek Olczak said countries that opposed his company's smoke-free alternatives were denying science. Philip Morris acknowledges its smoke-free products aren't riskless. One campaign group says its heated tobacco product is probably more harmful than other nicotine alternatives. Vietnam has marked the 50th anniversary of the capture of Saigon by North Vietnamese forces with speeches, music and a military parade. Rupert Wingfield Hayes is there.
For many hours this morning, the streets around the old South Vietnamese presidential palace were a sea of red. Red T-shirts, red hats, red flags, all bearing the single yellow star of Vietnam. Most of those in the huge crowds were far too young to remember the war. 70% of this country's population were born after 1975. For them, today is not so much about defeating the South or the United States. Instead, after more than 100 years of division and foreign domination, it marks the moment a unified and independent Vietnam was reborn.
That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello, I'm James Copnell, presenter.
If you have 250 Ghana cedis right now, it can do wonders for you. Chairman, Fabeji, it could turn your tears into joy in the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kese promo. Madam, Fabeji, it could get you up to 50,000 Ghana cedis cash prize. Business owner, Fabeji. As a student, make transactions with your Access Bank card, and that could get you Spotify and Netflix subscriptions, PS5, iPhone 16 Pro Max, and more. This be out of class senso. Fabeji, you see what 250 Ghana cedis can do for you? Engasakra. Fabeji, it's the Access Bank Fakitwabeji Kese promo. Deposit a minimum of 250 Ghana cedis and its multiples in your new or existing account and be on your way to winning a share of the 580,000 Ghana cedis in cash prizes and other amazing rewards. The more you deposit, the more your chances of winning. Promo runs from now to September 2025. This promo is in partnership with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
Hurry! The Marif International School entrance exam is here. Grab the golden opportunity to become a member of Marif International School. Participate in the Maggie's Admission Scholarship Exam for grade 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 only. Final date for the registration is the 13th of May 2025. Date for the exam is 17th May 2025. Call or WhatsApp us on 0205 234 324 for more information. You can also visit the school premises or send us an email, ghana@marifschools.com. Marif International School Ghana prays and wishes you a phenomenal success in the entry test. Hashtag Maggie's 2025.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush like feeling bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection.
This
advert is FDA approved.
You are starting life, you want financial freedom. You know where to go for your child's education, financial freedom. We got solutions just for you. For your retirement plan, employee wellness and benefits. Old Mutual, your preferred insurer. Old Mutual is the best.
What are you waiting for? Come and join us. Call us on 030-7600. Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Do great things every day. Do great things every day.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Papa no no, 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 Ankasa. Polytank is everywhere, durable and authentic. Stronger brand you can trust. Polytank, we get some more Rambo and get some more Super. And the Polytank every day. Polytank, papa no no, 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 Ankasa.
Qualitang, the original, always the best. Paying or getting paid, Koba day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Koba.
Oh, you use Koba too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks.
Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime, and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Doing that right away.
With Koba, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Madam, here are the foodstuff.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Koba mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Koba. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200-404010.
Koba there, you click pew
and you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Koba, our life simplified.
Mom, please can I have some milk in my Milo?
Have you tasted it?
No, but I didn't see you add milk.
Hey, taste it before you ask me any questions.
Hey, milk na chemu say.
This is Milo all in one. Milo Pampa, cocoa, malt, milk and show, everything is inside.
Milo All-in-One already comes with more milk. Just mix with water and taste the nourishing goodness of quality cocoa, malt, and more milk all in one sachet. Milo, the energy to go further. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302 680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
nice one. You know, a very short song. These days, the boys, they don't. The songs are very, very short. You can't enjoy.
All of these days, we'll line them up and give them lashes.
It's because in
You
those
know the way
days,
in primary school, you stretch your hands and you receive lashes.
in those days, you can enjoy songs. You enjoy all of them.
These boys, you make very nice songs and they are so short.
then you
There was
just
this Kwame Eugene song which was like 1 minute 53 seconds. I was like, Master, Obeto at home to a
Why, is it Gringo?
I've forgotten the title of the song.
Gringo
you know.
2 is what?
Yeah. Those
1
times,
minute 44 seconds.
I'm actually they could give you a 19-minute song. If you're a DJ and you are hungry in the studio, you can just drop the song, go and eat, come back, and continue your show.
Coming from DJ X-Ray, I believe it. But let's enjoy. Look, let's enjoy this one from Black Sheriff.
Problem there, better call Jesus.
With sacrifice. And Kojo, before we went for the BBC News, we were talking about the speaker series. That's the Joy News and Amalgam of Professional Bodies speaker series. And on Monday, David Ofosu-Dotte presented that conversation on transforming the Ghanaian economy, the mindset revolution.
Yeah.
You say you've actually put down 10 points that will tell us stories from our newspapers. I'd love to know them.
You know, David is somebody I have followed closely over the past 10 years. And I like the way his mind works because he is currently a lawyer, but with a big and a rich background in the technical spaces. As a planner, as a this, as a that. So he's somebody who has seen it all, done it all. Consulted for governments in Africa, consulted for companies and a lot of institutions around the world. In fact, some of the transformation we see in the Ivory Coast when it comes to infrastructure, I know David did some work in that particular space.
Except that we did a bicycle, way with the World Bank's assistance, and today that whole area has been encroached. He helped. He consulted for that one. And today that area has been encroached because even politicians would urge people to encroach them.
And so when we had him on the series, I decided I would not miss it. So I listened to him live, watched him live, and actually played back the whole tape twice. Because you see, a lot of the things are linked. For example, he was talking about the dollarization and indexing everything in dollars. When you talk to importers and exporters, they will tell you that the duties they are paying at the ports, your government agency, which is responsible for collecting those duties, index it to the dollar.
That's true.
And so if the government itself is indexing what they are collecting from you to the dollar, what do you do? Because if I'm bringing in anything, whether machines, whether raw materials, whether finished products, and I'm paying duties indexed to the dollar, and when I exhaust that supply, I have to bring in some more, and I'm going to pay, what do? I also reorganize my business and think in dollar terms. There are businesses paying rent and people paying rent in this city and in other cities in this country, which is dollar indexed.
Let me not, let me just tell you something. My Baba,
Yes.
is actually a Jowlu.
Okay.
He tells me that his rent, he pays it in dollars. So I think, what is it? Last time he was telling me, is it $800 a month or something?
$800 a month for rent for a Baba?
Yes.
How much does he pay for? Do you pay for a haircut?
100 cedis.
100 cedis.
Yeah.
800 times 15 is 12,000 Ghana cedis a month.
Yeah.
For a Baba in Jolu.
Yeah.
He must have a lot of customers.
He does, actually.
Because if you pay 100 cedis, right?
It's 500 or 800. I mean, but if 500 is 8,000, that's a lot of money. I think it's $800. Yeah.
800. So if you pay 100 cedis per haircut, it means that to get his rent, he needs to have 120 customers walking to be able to pay his rent.
Yeah.
Now, electricity is also dollar indexed, though. You know that, right?
Of course.
Yes, electricity. ECG collects their bills in cedis and pays a lot of the things in dollars. Water. He uses water as well, right? And then the furnishing and everything that he paid for that he has to amortize. And then he has to put his margin on everything to make money. That's 12,000 Ghana cedis a month for rent. Charlie, he needs to move to a different place. Or maybe the business is okay for him there.
Well, I think it's okay for him.
Okay. So we are talking about duties in dollars, rent in dollars, some fees and charges by some institutions also dollar indexed.
Yeah.
And your market woman who is selling you things, your countermount people are also selling you things dollar indexed. The used clothing is dollar indexed. Your spare parts, Abosokai, dollar index. So it's really something we need to look at. And he links us to our affinity for foreign goods and talks about General Echampon's Operation Feed Yourself and how he tried to drive local consumption and local production. Now, you will see leaders in this country, political leaders, national leaders in this country, spending the Ghana cedi to buy imported products to go and donate. Okay, I'm not even talking about regular procurement for key needs like school feeding and all those things. Christmas, you see institutions in this country. If you look at the controller's payroll, there are about 600,000 people employed by the controller. Yeah. My assumption is that at least 60% of these people will get Christmas rice from their institutions, right? They take money, go and buy rice, which is produced somewhere, imported with the dollar, to come and give to us to eat for Christmas. How then do you expect your currency to be stable or to be strong? Meanwhile, there are simple strategies you can use. For example, if the president directed that all state agencies should do an inventory of rice they'll be buying for their seasonal distribution to staff, right? And said, okay, so let's say 600,000 workers on the controller's payroll, 50% will get rice, 1 bag of rice for Christmas. So you have 300,000 people getting 5 kg rice. Let's assume the 5 kg rice is 100 cedis, right? So for the 300,000 people getting 5 kg rice at 100 cedis, the rice we are distributing is 30 million Ghana cedis. This is a minimalist calculation. So with this 30 million Ghana cedis in mind, we say these are top 5 local SMEs producing rice. Give them purchase orders. Now, we are in April, right?
Yeah.
Give them purchase orders for the rice you need in December. They get this purchase order and they can go to their financiers and say, look, I'm supplying rice to these state institutions. Every year they buy imported and they pay. This year, we have the assurance that they will pay and they're buying local. The president has instructed them, chief of staff has written to them, we've gone through procurement and we are producing 30 million Ghana cedis worth of rice. So give us money. They take the money, they fund their outgrowers or they fund their farms, they produce the rice. You have added value to the economy, you have created jobs, and you didn't really have to spend money the way we do. in buying inputs and distributing to farmers anyhow. You have enabled a businessman who has seen the opportunity to then go and look for their own money because there is an assured market for this.
Kojo, we'll come back to all of these things. We need to continue talking about them because it's a very important conversation.
Yeah.
It's a must-have conversation, one that is fit for purpose in our dearest country, Ghana. So you can also join the conversation. Tell us what your thoughts are. You've listened to David Ofosu-Dotte talk about all the things that we need to do. The mindset revolution. Kojo has been telling you about, for instance, about transportation and all. He's talked about how we index everything to the dollar. In some of our neighboring countries, when you want to buy anything, they measure it for you. And you buy, you pay. So everything you buy, you actually know that 50 grams will cost you this. 1 kilogram will cost you this.
We have the almighty Olonka.
Yeah.
And the Olonka in Abosokai is different from the Olonka in Katamatu. Different
Olonka, they actually would, as what Botokro.
Yes, have the almighty Olonka.
Ghana. Anyway, look.
When you are buying mangoes and watermelon, they hit it. Pa, pa, pa. Then they wait like, oh, this one is 50 cedis.
And then tomatoes, they sell paint rubber.
Yeah.
Look, let's get interactive. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS. And then on WhatsApp, 055-111-1997. But discover MNC Group Global, your #1 partner in real estate, minerals trading, and export, logistics, and food commodity trading. With our global presence, we connect markets that drive business growth and tailor-made solutions to meet your needs. Trust us to maximize your value in every deal. Reach us on MNC Group at mncgroupgh.com. MNC Group, totally reliant.
And guess where I was around 4:45 p.m. yesterday?
Tell me.
I was at the Syntex tank factory.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So I had a bottle of juice during the day. I turned the bottle and I saw Syntex. I said, oh, so these people, they don't only produce poly tanks, they have other things. Let me go and see. Because I'm looking for some bottles to package other things. And when I went there, I saw the poly tanks being made. It's nice, eh?
Oh, yeah.
So if you are looking for proper water storage, if you want to know the secret to real water storage, just look for that tank with a tortoise on it. It's the correct tank. Yes, it's the Syntex tank. It's the champion of water tanks. It is strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So go outside there, check your tank. If it doesn't have a tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade to Syntex. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call them on 0244-335-168 or buy now or buy from any of their 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, strong, tough.
Kojo, my brother Wisdom Adunu says, hey, bro, do you visit the Baba?
Yeah. In fact, I was shocked when he said you go to the Baba to pay 100 cedis for hair that doesn't grow.
Didn't you see that the last time I had Afro and I went to shave it? Let me tell you about the SG Sound Drive. So, you know what? Renewing your motor insurance policy with SG Ghana is not just about getting, reliable cover for you and your vehicle. There are amazing extra benefits that will blow your mind. So from now till the 30th of May, buy or renew your comprehensive motor insurance policy with SG Ghana Sound Drive and win big in the SG Insure and Win promo. You stand the chance of winning a 2-night all-expense paid for 2 at the luxurious Safari Valley Resort. You could also win 4 brand new tires or free vehicle servicing for a whole year. There's more. Get up to 1,000 free fuel instantly just for renewing or buying your comprehensive motor insurance policy from SG Ghana. Call 0302-214-314 for more information or walk into the nearest SG Ghana branch to buy or renew your motor insurance policy today. This promo is regulated by NLA on the Carter's Lottery platform. SG Ghana Sound Drive is underwritten by Salam Alliance General. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
And if you are looking to fast track your investment process, take advantage of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center's 24-hour premium service. So now Passport Office is doing 24-hour and GIPC is also giving you a 24-hour premium service, and it's designed to speed up investment registration and approval. So once you submit all your required documents and pay your registration certificate renewal or quota application can be processed in just 24 hours. Your application can be processed in just 24 hours.
That's a good one.
Yes. So no more long waits, just premium service designed with your business in mind. For information on how to leverage this premium service, visit gipc.gov.gh or call 0200 112204 or 0200 112117. Kindly note that terms and conditions apply.
Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, is introducing an online store for your shopping convenience. So this means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches.
Yeah.
It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. And they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema, and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
You know what makes the Kingdom thing sweet? This rainy season and the flash floods. If you want to buy any furniture, you just call them and you leave them to think about the headache of driving through the rain. Like yesterday, I saw flooding, the flash floods at Shiashi, and I was like, well, if I had gone shopping and I have to carry all these things. So Kingdom says, stay home, shop online, they'll deliver to you, rain or shine. It's a great deal. So go to their website and buy from them. Yeah. Now, Winston, when are we going on that road trip to Mpoho to start the Mpoho Forum?
Maybe in June.
In June,
In June, yes. June,
in a brand new made in Ghana car.
Yes.
Made
in Ghana.
With Total Excellium new formula.
Sharp.
Yes. It will clean the engine, extend its life, and lower the fuel consumption. Yes. So if you are going on road trips, whatever you do with fuel to power your generators, to power your cars, anything that needs fuel, just go to Total and get the Excellium new formula. It has a powerful 3-in-1 property that cleans your engine, extends its life, and lower your fuel consumption. And also helps to fight corrosion, to fight wear. And also it has detergent additives that help to lower your vehicle's fuel consumption and reduce CO2 emissions. It is the fuel that does it all, and it will help you to drive So experience the difference with Total Energy's Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
And from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, starting a career, building a family, growing a business, or planning your future, we're here for your journey. Every goal deserves the chance to flourish, and with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself, the seed of greatness is within reach. So trust in the journey and understand that Fidelity Bank is with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. We're here for your journey. Fidelity Bank, believe.
Yes, and Winston, some listeners are sending messages. They want the audio of David of Osudote. Now, the good news is that we streamed that event on the Joy News channel and also on Joy 997 on Facebook. So we are going to repost the link. So if you want to just go to our social media platforms, we are going to repost the link and the audios so that you can listen to it anytime to get the inspiration to push you to do the right things for Ghana. Now, every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases, foul breath. Now, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, and it leaves your teeth 10 times stronger. So go get the Pepsodent Cavity Fighter. It comes in 175-gram big family pack, 120-gram Ejakwa pack, 65-gram and 12-gram sachets, so you can always get what you can afford at any time. And it contains the almighty pro-fluoride and micro-calcium ingredients, so it is correct for you. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. And Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. If you want to talk to a dentist for free, call toll free on 0800 161 000, and you can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. If you also want to talk to their customer care center, call toll free on 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
Now, looking for a car that aligns with your ambition? Then the Toyota Starlet, sold by Toyota Ghana Company Limited, should be your preferred choice for a comfortable drive. Designed for those who crave beauty, performance, and safety, the Starlet delivers the perfect value for your money. And the Starlet is a 5-seater salon with ample legroom to minimize driving fatigue. Rush to buy a Toyota Starlet from any Toyota Ghana Company Limited showroom today and enjoy 1 year or 20,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, free service with an extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. So call Toyota Ghana Company Limited today on 0302 429801 up to 5 for further information. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana drives Toyota Starlet.
Yes, Ghana drives the Toyota Starlet, and if you are thinking of an opportunity to get your Starlet, that is your child at home, to train in one of the best institutions, there's an opportunity for you. Marif International School, they've started registration for the entrance exam. So grab the opportunity to become a member of the Marif International School Ghana, and it's a journey towards international standard of education. Participate in the Magis Admission Scholarship Exam for grades 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 only. And the final date for registration is 13th of May 2025. Date for exam is 17th of May 2025. You can call or WhatsApp 020-523-4324 for more information. You can also visit the school premises for more information. Email them ghana@marifschools.org. Marif is spelled MAARIF. So ghana@marifschools.org. Marif International School Ghana prays and wishes you a phenomenal time and success in the entry exam.
Great. So your birthday messages, sports coming up after these messages. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, so as for you, every day you are just pressing your phone. Why? Are they paying you?
They are, Oma. The more I use my MTN, the more points I get. And I can use those points to get airtime, data, and even discounts at shops and restaurants.
Hey, so that is why all of you are always pressing your phones. And you won't tell us, so that we too we can enjoy some.
Oh, ma.
There's always more to enjoy with MTN Rewards. Just keep talking, testing, and browsing all day, every day to collect your points and use it to redeem amazing offers and discounted freebies right away. There's so much available for you. So dial *550# and get your reward today. Let's go everywhere you go.
Kweku, have you heard what they are doing on MTN?
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical seller shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Welcome back, and time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by
MTN.
And everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
Let's see those who are celebrating their birthdays today.
Are you starting?
You may start.
Happy birthday to Francisca Nutako of the Chamber of Agriculture Ghana. As you mark your silver jubilee, my prayer for you these days, may God protect, preserve, and secure you. And it's from Edem and all your loved ones. And this one says, happy birthday to Sandra Iresi Edu. May God bless this new face and may your dreams come true. Enjoy today.
This one says, happy golden jubilee to Pa Kobna Dixon, aka PK of Dansman. Welcome to the 5th floor. Shall his blessings flow in ceaseless praise and grace abound on you in the years ahead from Ascona and all residents of Ebenezer Down and Dansuman. Happy birthday to Leslie McHanson and Kojo Ekuban of the Audit Department of Deloitte. Also happy birthday to Abigail Trovo of the Assurance Department. Again, belated happy birthday to Marian Boateng of Growth Office from your country managing partner Daniel Kojo and all staff. This one says happy birthday to Miss Juliana York, head of communications at GIZ, and my daughter Nana Ekia Mwakoa Aqua. God bless and favor you. May he make your path straight and honor you from your big sister and mom, Martha Krensel Aqua. And today is Kwesi Aqua's birthday. He's executive assistant at the multimedia group to the big man himself, KT. So, PK,
yes,
Kwesi, happy birthday to you.
And let me join myself to the wish to Miss Juliana York, the head of communications at GIZ. Happy birthday to you, Juliana, and happy birthday going out to Michael Asantinimo, branch manager, Snit Airport City branch. Happy birthday to you, Michael.
This one is a belated happy birthday wish to Papa Yao Enim Bedu Abwaje of Ridge Church School. So belated happy birthday to you, Papa Yao Enim Bedu Abwaje of Ridge Church School. We are proud of you and God bless you in all your endeavors. And it's from your father, Mark Bedu Abwaje, and the entire family. I'm told he's listening in the car right now.
Nice.
Belated happy birthday to you. Final one here before we go is happy birthday to Mr. Mike Chumberima, Chief Executive of Midwest Limited. Also to you, Mr. Elvis Amenito. I hope I got that right. And Miss Justina Brookman Emisa of Legacy Girls School. Which means we can now bring you the Sports Center.
Yes.
That is brought to us by
MTN.
Everywhere you go, Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
And Franco Trading,
still phone papa pafi.
And FPAC blows your pain away. And you know the football season is heating up, so catch every thrilling moment of the FA Cup, Europa, and Champions League finals live and in HD this April and May on DSTV. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
You know, Standard Chartered and Franco are giving you great deals. Now, Franco is giving you up to 40% discount on their digital platform. So if you want to buy your Nokias, your Samsungs, your smart TVs, and all the lovely stuff they have, just go to the Franco app on Google Play Store, download it, and you can get up to 40% discounts. Or you go to francotrading.com, still phone Papa Pafi, and get your 40% discount. Now, Standard Chartered is also helping you to make the right decisions and take the right steps towards achieving financial stability. Talk to Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited and get all the advice you need when it comes to investment options. Call them on 0233-000-041 or visit them on the 4th floor of the Opebia House in Accra and speak to the certified investment advisors on their options to make you financially stable and grow your wealth.
Well, MTN has got exciting news for everyone looking to join the MTN family or grab an extra MTN SIM. So all MTN SIMs are available for the incredible price of only 10 Ghana cedis. Yes, 10 Ghana cedis. So go to any MTN service center, connect store, your nearest authorized community shop to take advantage of this fantastic offer. And remember, to purchase your new SIM and get connected, all you need is your valid Ghana card. It's that simple, so don't buy your SIM anywhere for more than 10 cities. So what are you waiting for? Experience the most amazing network when you join the Yellow family today. Achuta Maklu. Good morning, good morning, good morning,
good morning, Winston. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic. I told you that I foresee what happened to Michael Owen.
You didn't tell me. You asked me yesterday.
Oh, yeah, but I told Fentio this thing. I told you to the last
yesterday you asked me
that what?
Do I think Arsenal will win? I said no.
But anybody who listens to the show knows that I've said that. What happened to Michael Owen when he left Liverpool to join Real Madrid in 2004 for titles?
It's going to happen to Mbappe and PSG and Real Madrid.
Yes, yes.
Look, they are my pick to win the competition this season. Yeah.
So Arsenal is not winning?
No, bro.
Into the Nina.
Forget.
We've beaten Madrid, Nina.
Forget. Last stop.
Anyway, I'm also happy that a lot of the Arsenal fans are talking about how they missed a party. It's for.
Is there anyone who undervalued Partey?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But let me say good morning to Uncle Lechu, number one Arsenal fan that I know, and my very good friend Kwame Malcolm.
And to my boss, Alberto Seuso Ababio.
Albert. Another Arsenal. Arsenal for the hair. Anyway, let's get into the latest in the world of sports.
Good morning. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Victor Achutamaklu. Coming up.
Scalia here, nicely found. Timber with his eyes laser focused on the ball, and Paris Saint-Germain have the lead, and Dembele has scored after only 3 minutes play. It's a brilliant finish by Dembele. There is nobody hotter in world football than Ousmane Dembele.
Yep, an electric Ousmane Dembele shocks Arsenal, handing PSG a narrow Champions League semi-final first leg advantage at the Arsenal Stadium in London. We're going to review that game as well as preview what's to come tonight between Barcelona and Inter Milan. That game, by the way, is going to be beamed live at the HR residence in Dansom, and that's where the Joy Sports team will be there to bring you live commentary on that one. But before we get into the details of tonight's events, the Black Queens have invited 32 players to a 9-day training camp as part of the preparations for the upcoming Women's Cup of Nations in July. The camp will take place from the 3rd of May to the 12th at the Ghanaman Soccer Center of Excellence at Pram Pram. Several standout players from the Women's Premier League, including those from clubs such as Police Ladies, Armies Ladies, Ampem Dakwa Ladies, and Tamale Super Ladies have all received call-ups for this one. From the women's team, let's focus on their male counterparts, where the Black Stars assistant coach, Maxwell Kunedu, former assistant coach, I should say, maintains that it is misguided to suggest that local coaches are not capable of managing the team. In recent years, only Kwesi Appiah has been a locally trained coach to have taken advantage or charge of the Black Stars, a position that has largely been dominated by expatriates. Kunedu, who has twice served as assistant of the team, remains confident that Ghanaian coaches can excel when given the opportunity.
We have very good local coaches. Maybe, I don't know the impression from management level, but to tell me Ghanaian coaches are not there yet, that's a mistake. When we get the opportunity, we'll do well. You see, regardless of your background, if you don't get the needed support from management, there's no way you can succeed. You need that support, whether you are local or you are whatever. You need the support from Ghanaians and from management, the FA.
Yeah, that's Maxwell Kunedu, former Black Stars assistant coach. Speaking of Kunedu, the club he coached and played for is Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Their interim coach is Abdul Karim Zito. On Sunday, he will lead Kotoko as they attempt to do the double over rivals Accra Hearts when they face off in the Super Clash at the Accra Sports Stadium. The Porcupine Warriors beat Hearts by a goal to 0 in the first round of the Ghana Premier League in Kumasi ahead of the reverse fixture. Interim coach Karim Zito, who beat Hearts by a goal to 0 in March with Dreams FC, is looking to do a personal double over the Phobians.
That's my wish. Nobody will go to fight and say we lose. I wish they should lose next week too, and I will. Because this is why I'm here. And then people seem to lose hope, but I'm not that type who easily give in. I don't say I'll win the league, but I'll fight for it. I say it's not too late to fight for it. So until we finish, it is not over.
Abdul Karim Zito, interim coach of Kumasi Asante Kotoko, still on the Ghana Premier League. Newly promoted side, Vision FC are 14th on the table with 33 points after 29 games, 4 above the drop zone. Over the weekend, they beat league leaders Bebiani Gold Stars by 2 goals to 0 in Tema. Speaking after the game, their head coach Nana Jaman stressed the need for optimism as the team battles to survive.
I don't think I've ever thought about racing going to relegation. I know my boys can rise to the occasion. As in when they were going to rise to the occasion, I wasn't going to change my style. I was going to motivate them and help them to play the way I wanted them to play. Now that they even have a grasp of what I want them to do, we're going to stay, and next season people are going to see the better side of it.
Let's do para sports now, because the National Paralympic Committee of Ghana is set to organize a para sports festival with the aim of creating awareness and identifying talent. This comes on the back of the impressive performance of a 16-year-old Gilbert Ampia, who won a medal on his first attempt at an international tournament in Morocco last weekend. Haruna Mubarak has more in these reports.
Gilbert Ampia and Zainabu Issa put up a strong performance, bringing home 3 medals from the para athletics meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco. 16-year-old sensation Gilbert claimed a bronze medal with a stunning 1.73 meter leap in the men's high jump.
I'm so excited because this is my first time to go outside, that is Marrakesh, to win bronze medal for Ghana. So I am really happy. My vision in the next 5 years to come is to qualify for the Paralympics Championship.
Zainabu, a national record holder, delivered gold in the women's discus throw and followed it up with a silver in the shot put event. During the medal presentation to the National Paralympic Committee, President Samson Dean made a bold announcement about a nationwide initiative to unearth more para-athletic talents.
The Paralympic Committee of Ghana is doing a lot to make sure that our athletes are identified and are able to target and mount the podium. Mounting the podium in such championship gives them the opportunity to reach the peak, and that is to have the exposure. The National Paralympic Committee, with its 22 associations, shall organize the first ever Para Sports Festival, which will be a platform that we shall work together to give opportunity to the unknown.
Yeah, the 15-year-old student of St. Augustine's College making the country proud. Well, meanwhile, last night in the UEFA Champions League in North London.
And Scalia here, nicely found. Timber with his eyes laser focused on the ball, and Paris Saint-Germain have the lead, and Dembele has scored after only 3 minutes play. It's a brilliant finish by Dembele. There is nobody hotter in world football than Ousmane Dembele.
And that's not in doubt. Paris Saint-Germain took a big step towards reaching the Champions League final as Ousmane Dembele's early goal sealed a 1-0 win over Arsenal in the first leg. Dembele fired home off the post in the 4th minute as PSG dominated the opening stages, and Luis Enrique's side held firm to beat Arsenal for the first time in 6 attempts. Arsenal, playing in the semi-final for the first time since 2009, improved after a torrid start and had a Mikel Merino ruled out after the brick wall. PSG keeper Gigi Donnarumma made several fine saves. Ghana's Thomas Partey will be back for the reverse fixture after missing that game last night. After the game, former Arsenal striker Daniel Sturridge said the Gunners lost control of the game.
At the end of the day, I feel like personally the yellow card for Partey, it proved costly this leg. No Partey, no party. It's, for me. When you look at how they defended within the game, he brings solidity, he brings that defensive awareness. I think Declan Rice on the ball tonight in phases was magnificent, driving forward with the ball. But on the other side, Marino's been playing false 9. So it is a unique thing we talked about before the game, about changing that tactical awareness and going, okay, I'm an attacker now. Now I have to focus on the defensive possibilities that I need to worry about. And I think for me, they lacked that solidity in the midfield.
Well, the good news for Arsenal is that Partey is available for the reverse fixture. Meanwhile, Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta, he's confident that his team can turn the tie around next Wednesday.
Half-time. It's half-time. It's the same message against Real Madrid after we beat them 3-0. We need to go to Paris and win the game. Today the margins were very small. I think they started the game better for 2 reasons. The first one, because they get out of our press after a lot of passes and sequences, which is their talent, and then the individual quality decided the first goal. After we have some issues, especially what we did after regaining the ball, which against them is a key moment as well. And then the team was started to be better and better. We have 2 massive chances, 1v1 chances. And at this level, the keepers and the boxes made the difference. And he certainly did tonight, not to see a different result.
Well, let's now hear from the man who scored at Highbury during his playing days for Barcelona against Arsenal, and also these days the manager of PSG. Luis Enrique.
I think emotions are at that level in those kind of matches that it's difficult to analyze a match like that. Very difficult to play, great atmosphere, but I think we show the kind of team we are. We try to play in our way. I'm happy. We suffer a lot sometimes of the match. We could score even the second goal, but I think there is still a second match, and it's going to be very tough.
There's an even bigger game tonight in Spain. Barcelona, they host Inter Milan in the second semi-final affair. Inter have dropped to second in Serie A last weekend following consecutive losses to Bologna and AS Roma, either side of their defeats by rivals AC Milan in the second leg of the Coppa Italia that ended their treble hopes. Meanwhile, Flick's side, who are top of La Liga, completed the first part of their treble bid in a dramatic extra-time 3-2 win over Real Madrid on Saturday. So that's the sort of form the two teams are taking into this one. Hansi Flick is Barcelona manager.
We only focus on the first match, so this is the first step we have to go. Inter is a very difficult opponent. They are defending. I think the defense is one of the best in Europe, but also they know how to build up with the experienced player. They have midfield, really good midfield, and also the two strikers are very strong. So they defend good, but also the transition what they make, it's very dangerous. So it's a tough match, and we have to be prepared well for that.
Hansi Flick is Barcelona manager. That game is going to be live at the HR residence in Dansoman. That's where the Joy Sports team is going to be. So do well to join us for that one as we bring you live commentary on Hits 103.9 FM from 7 p.m. But yeah, we're going to be there from 5 p.m. and so you can join us. We have conversations about the game before then. But if you love youth football, there's a big one happening tomorrow, right, at Adabraka Sahara Park. Argentinos Juniors. If you follow youth football in the country, you would know them. Really good team. Play some brilliant football with some talented kids on their roster. Argentinos Juniors, they are taking on Hearts Babies at 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Adabraka Sahara Park. I'm saying regards to Godfrey Akoto, for he first introduced me to Argentinos Juniors. So Winston, do all to pass by tomorrow.
Most definitely.
And see some brilliant football.
Thank you very much, Victor Achutamaklo. But let's get interactive this morning here on the Super Morning Show. Social media messages brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. Number 10, liver salt, a refreshing relief. So you know that everyday people face different emergencies, police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would always want to remember. Star 770 hash. Yes, star 770 hash is the EcoBank money emergency number. And star 770 hash gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payment, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. Now, you don't need internet for this. Just dial star 770 hash. No need to panic in any money emergency because EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial star 770 hash now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African bank. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, EcoBank Mobile to make me say, oh yeah, EcoBank Mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. You can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know. Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. This is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Now time for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts. The IMF has praised Ghana's commitment to the fund program and says continued efforts could yield economic turnaround by May 2026. The Bank of Ghana has assured the country's record international reserves will be managed prudently due to the impact on the cedi, interest rates, and investor confidence. Ghana has failed for the fifth consecutive time to attract investments into the upstream petroleum industry. That's according to the Public Interest and Accountability Committee's annual report. And China has created a list of US-made products that would be exempted from its 125% tariffs and is quietly notifying companies about the policy as Beijing seeks to ease the impact of its trade war with Washington. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show. Now, Anointed Electricals, they're looking for female drivers. Okay, so if you Anointed Electricals is hiring female drivers to operate their fleet of electric vehicles. If you are a confident, reliable, experienced lady driver with a valid driving license, have a minimum of SHS certificate, and ready to be employed as a full-time driver, please call this number 0544 335685. 0544 335685 for further details. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, our focus is on this presentation that has got many of you thinking about Ghana.
If you have a society where there is a strong belief in demons and witchcraft as being responsible for our poverty, it is likely that our mindset will let us devote more time to prayer than to action. So it appears that we have designed ourselves to solve problems, including problems we don't face, and we leave the real problems we face aside. Indeed, how prices are fixed in this country is like the peace of the Lord. It passeth all understanding.
You know, this issue of pricing, and Kojo, I've sent you the link. So those who are asking for this thing, just get onto YouTube and you'll find it. You just get onto YouTube. You look at the public lecture by Amalgamation of Professional Bodies, Ofosu.A speaks. You get it, and but we'll post it on myjoyonline.com, so you could just get it and listen to it.
Yeah.
Kojo, so this part about our focus on demons and witches and everything, and also addressing problems that do not exist. We have problems in this country, but most of the time we actually focus on those problems wrongly. Whenever there's a problem in this country, the first approach to solving the problem is procurement.
Yeah.
So the first approach to solving problems is enriching somebody. So here we are talking about, say, the need to have sufficient food.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, and I always reference the Economic Enclave Project, because we know that when it comes to planting, land preparation is the major problem. What we would do is now go and procure fertilizer, high prices, procure seedlings, and distribute to these farmers. Unfortunately, many of whom are unable to even prepare the land and plant more. I have always said this. How in God's name have we spent billions of Ghana cedis under planting for food and job, and we are still having conversations about how we can produce more food? How is it possible we spend billions of Ghana cedis and we still don't have the much needed grains in this country that can actually help boost our poultry industry? It doesn't make sense.
Yep.
But you see, the focus was not on solving a problem. The focus was on procurement. And that is just what we did.
Yeah.
And so, if you diagnose the problem wrongly, and you diagnose every problem as a procurement problem, what you would have is a situation where we spend so much money
solving problems we don't have.
Because today, if government said they were going to buy from Ghana, that is still procurement anyway. But if they said, okay, let's look within Ghana, and let's look at, say, giving money, not to Maslock, okay? Let's give money to the banks and get Kojo, Akoto, Boateng, or all young people who are interested in farming to go to the banks with their business plan. And again, I would even prefer that we don't give it to banks whose CEOs are appointed by government, because it will become the same problem that we are talking about. Go to those banks, submit your business plan, and any bank that is giving money, I mean, of course, you retain a percentage as processing fee and all of that.
And they'll do the due diligence, proper due diligence.
And would ensure that the right things are done. Today, let us go around and say, okay, so there are factories in this country that could produce more, but are unable to produce more because of lending rates.
Yeah.
Now, the research will tell you that between 60 to 80%, now some put it at 60, some put it at 70, some put it at 80. So when it comes to business retention and expansion, local economic development, the conversation we have normally is that between 60 to 80% of new jobs are created by existing companies. I mean, I saw your post that said that you learn to do. So if you want to take, you're in Kwabena Pepra, if you want to take advice from all these people that are preaching farming and all, you should know where their farm is. The reason being that sometimes you would have learnt your lessons, made mistakes, and so you would not repeat those mistakes. So we say existing businesses create 60 to 80% of new jobs. How is government assisting these existing businesses to diversify? I'll give you a story. When the previous government started this whole one district, one factory, you know, before the government got into power, they had actually identified the competitive advantages of every district in this country.
Yep.
And you saw that billboard around the Ghana Standards Authority indicating every district and its competitive advantage. Now, our local economic development policy that stipulates the formation of a district economic committee talks about how we go about these sort of things. But in the first year of the NPP government, the government said it was allocating some 400 million or so cedis, and every district was going to get 2 million Ghana cedis as equity funding for the commencement of one district, one factory. That idea was to make sure that the district would play a role in ensuring the development. What did they do? There were plans to revive existing industries, but unfortunately, all of that was shelved. An office set up in Accra. People walked up to Accra and decided we're going to set factories. Even when government decided to support existing factories, we didn't do it well. My simple point is that there are too many problems we just do not properly diagnose, and it's the reason we are where we are.
Yep. And on agric, for example, if you are importing a lot of what you eat, you are solving a problem that you face for other people because they are using people to do the production. So if you are importing sugar, you are creating jobs in Brazil or in some other place.
Yeah.
And you learn to do. That's my new mantra. You learn to do, and whilst doing, you learn. So we are not using procurement to learn to build the fundamentals of the economy. I'll give you an example. Since you started from 1D, 1F, I'll go to the former government. When the NPP government came into office, Ken Ofori-Atta announced that the government was going to buy buses for institutions, 800 buses for institutions. At that time, there was New Plan, which was struggling, and I believe the state has some equity in New Plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could we have given New Plan the order to produce some of the buses? So as a business, they find the financing to do that production, retain some of the funds we used to buy those buses locally, and keep New Plan as a concern going. Now, there's a craze for electric buses. We've gone to buy electric buses. If we had helped New Plan and other local producers, they would also have done a bit of R&D and gone forward. This government, when they were in office then, went to buy buses for Alolo.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the buses were parked. There was New Plan.
Yeah.
Now, we are talking about transportation, and this morning I was talking to one of our colleagues. She lives around Ashaiman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, from her house to the main road to pick a trotro, she has to pick a taxi, which costs her 10 cedis. Then she'll pick a trotro from Ashaiman to Circle for 20 cedis, and a taxi to the office for 20 cedis. So in the morning, she's spending 50 Ghana cedis. In the evening, she's spending 90 Ghana cedis. You do the maths, and she's spending about $126 a month. In New York City, you can get an unlimited Metro card for $136, and it will take you everywhere. But she's spending $120 a month equivalent, right? To just move from Ashaiman to work and back home 21 times. But someone else can have unlimited rides within the city. So we go and buy buses. We've not built the infrastructure for the buses. So number one, we didn't use the buses to enable local economic development. Now the infrastructure to enable the buses solve our problems, it's not there. So we bought buses and we parked them. So now people spend hours in traffic. So from Adenta to Accra, you can do 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours, depending on the challenges on the road. And people are spending these number of hours in traffic because nobody is even thinking about a contra flow system, where in the morning the traffic is on one side of the road, Accra bound side, and the Adenta bound side is free. The Tama bound side is free. The Kaswa bound side is free. Amasaman bound side is free. So let's put in place a system where we do contra flow and deploy all these buses on the road so that the 2-hour journey is reduced to 45 minutes and improve the lifestyle of people in the city and make it more convenient. Who is thinking about that? So you have a Ministry of Transport, and then you have Ministry of Finance, which will be giving funds to all these institutions to do procurement that doesn't enable economic growth. So who are we kidding? So if you say you want to drive growth, your procurement decisions must catalyze that growth. So this government, they are talking about feeding Ghana, they are talking about this, they are talking about that, they are talking about that. We need to see how all that ties properly to local production. We should not be taking $500 million a year importing vehicles into the country. So you go and buy a vehicle into the country, Winston, because our local automotive sector has not been enabled properly to sell you cheaper brand new vehicles. Mm-hmm. Then the government that is also buying vehicles to enable mass transportation is buying vehicles from abroad because the companies here who have set up and will employ thousands of people to do that, we are not giving them contracts. So how do you enable economic growth? How do you enable economic growth? So these are some of the things that we need to look at. David talked about post-harvest cost builder for food, for example. So you can go to a place like, let me use Yam as an example. You go to the Oti region, and you move from, say, Dambai, then you cross the river, you go to Jatokra, you go to all those places, Asumdrekra and all the towns, Kabonwele, Katejele and all those towns, to go and aggregate yam. So from the farm to the aggregation point, you need transportation. So you factor that into your cost. And the roads are bad. from aggregation point, if you're a wholesaler, you move it to Accra at a point where maybe Aboseokai or some other place. Agbogloshi, yes, Agbogloshi or Madina Market. Then the last mile person who you buy from at home also takes transportation to go and bring this. So when we think about inflation, who really is sitting down to think that, Charlie, the transportation and the movement of food from the hinterlands to the city, we need to have a very smart system to do this so that the cost associated will be reduced? Because the yam could be 1 cedi, but by the time you add transportation and margins, it comes to 5 cedis.
Yeah.
It comes to 5 cedis. For example, mangoes. Last season, we're selling mangoes farm gates for 5,000, 6,000 cedis per ton.
Okay.
Right. So if you got some small box of mangoes, nicely packaged farm gate, it should be like 40 cedis. But at the same time, you come to Accra and one mango is 20 cedis. Sometimes people argue that, oh, it's the sellers there, but they don't even have infrastructure to preserve the mangoes properly. So if she comes to buy a ton of mangoes, the likelihood that 30-40% will go bad. Right. So David says something which is very interesting. If you want to drive economic development, you should have over 10,000 megawatts of base load.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have that and you are producing a lot of fresh food, how do you store them? Your cold chain. If you don't have a cold chain, your dry chain. If you want to dehydrate and dry these things, you need electricity. So, look, we have everything.
Yeah, he talks about excess capacity,
Yes.
and he can't understand why.
He says it's annoying.
It's annoying. We've had a conversation about excess capacity. We should be thinking of having, in fact, I think 20,000 megawatts of power.
It was 20,000.
Yes.
Right?
And,
okay.
I mean, we should not cost more than 6 cents per kilowatt hour. Not the current over 10 cents that we have. But we'll come back to, all of these issues. Let's say good morning to our friends at Telecel.
Yes, Telecel Cash is your secure and convenient cash platform, and they are offering you the lowest charges ever. Even better, if you want to send money from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash, it is still free on the Telecel Play app. So whether you are paying school fees or sending cash to your favorite people, send the keke. Don't worry about charges because it is still free from Telecel Cash to Telecel Cash on the Telecel Play app. Remember, you can make payment to all networks anywhere. Cash transfer is accepted as a means of payment. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app today. Na send the keke. Winston, send the keke.
Send the keke. On that note, we'll be right back.
Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no.
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we dey bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you dey want them. Dial *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
I used to stress about where to receive my advertisement sticker and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, Transfast, UnityLink, Ria, EaseRemit, Funes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Serial Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Cereal at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our brand new and ultra-modern showrooms in Accra and Kumasi. In Kumasi, Asukwa, in front of the TAT yard on the Ak Mayanka Road. Call our hotlines on 0544 340589 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Cereal Nano 3 EVs. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Cereal EV. Go electric.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Joy in the morning. Yeah, if you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning on the Super.
And Jauli. Oh, and Jauli. You know Jauli?
Nope.
You don't know Jauli? Ah. If you go to Taka, they say you're Jauli. Let's have fun. Let's enjoy.
I'm one of the few people who really struggles to listen to Kofi Kinata.
Why?
I love the rhythms, but I don't understand a lot of the terms.
Oh, okay, the terms.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of the terms.
Omi and Jauli. Also, I'm by man down.
I said you say.
Man down, Shonen. Forget it. Man down. Jaza. Man down. You see, you know, when you go to Takrady, and anybody who's done radio in Takrady, you have to go and stay at Second D for some time. Always after show, you go and stay at Second D to understand the terms. Then you go to Ifiekuma, New Takrady, and all those areas.
Yeah.
Because when the boys are talking about bolop nazina, if you understand.
What bolop? What boil it up?
No, what bolop means
a ball.
I thought it was boiling up.
What bolop?
What bolop?
You know, you need to understand those. You know, so you have to be at these key areas.
Over to be able to be a kaka.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
But you see, those terms, these are the terms that, you know, when you go to Second Takrady, that whole area. I remember, you know, in the days of one artist who was big, we had gone there to do a show. And while the guy was performing, I won't mention his name, you could hear the people, Kofi. They were just waiting for Kinata to come and perform, you know. So that's for that one. Aze.
So Aze is the third term for chef.
Chef, champion.
Okay.
You know,
you
know, but when you're watching football, they say, Aze, what tron is this here? Anyway, you know, every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases, foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. And Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with Kojo Pro Fluoride and micro calcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity comes in a 175-gram big family pack, 120-gram Jakwa pack, 65-gram and 12-gram sachet. So you can get whatever you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. And always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. And you know, Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years, and they are recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. And they give you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free. Call toll-free 0800 16 1000 to talk to a dentist for free. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call their customer care center on toll-free 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
And Best Western Plus Accra Beach Hotel is putting together a special Obatampa branch for Mother's Day. So this Mother's Day, go beyond the thank you mother text messages and calls and honor your mom with an experience you'll never forget. Join Best Western Plus Accra Beach Hotel for the Obatampa branch, a celebration of mothers, queens, and all the love they give to us. It's on Sunday, 11th of May, 2025. Come and enjoy soul-stirring gospel music from Inshira Betty, backed by the sensational Funky Fusion Band. The welcome drinks will be fresh coconut juice, and side attractions include face painting for kids, canvas painting, board games, or and Ludo, and free photo shoot. The rate is 450 Ghana cedis per person, 200 Ghana cedis for children between 6 to 12 years. For reservations, call 054 840 2224 or 050 965 1381. Follow Best Western Plus Accra Beach Hotel for more details on BWP Accra Beach Hotel on IG. TikTok is BWP Hotel, or you can go to their website bestwesternplusaccra.com.
Now, are you ready to dream, dare, and deliver in the world of IT? Then look no further than Jackson Institute of Technology, JIT, the only NIIT authorized training center in Ghana. At JIT, we provide world-class IT training for individuals and corporate organizations, equipping you with industry-relevant skills in software development, cybersecurity, networking, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, and more. We offer globally recognized certifications, practical, job-ready training, and flexible hybrid learning options, which allows you to study online or on-site. Our expert instructors ensure hands-on learning experiences that prepare you for success in today's digital world. Conveniently located on the Ring Road near Circle, in the heart of Accra's Central Business District, and in Kumasi at Jackson Educational Complex headquarters at Idiase near KNUST. JIT provides easy access for students and corporate clients, and their state-of-the-art auditorium is also available for corporate events, seminars, and training sessions. Call or WhatsApp them now on 0596 996037 or 0596 996038, and then 0552 714635, or visit their website jit.edu.gh. JIT, your gateway to a thriving IT career.
And if you are looking for a functional financial service that gives you the ultimate experience and a little more, you need to get the Absa Ultimate account. It's not just a banking product, it's a chance to have more. We want a little more all the time, a little more sleep, a little more money, a little more butter. Absa is giving you a whole lot more with the Absa Ultimate account. It gives you retrenchment insurance cover of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis. You have a hospital cashback benefits associated with the account. You get access to seamless digital solutions. It also comes with a travel insurance of 1 million Ghana cedis and over. And it has over 30 other benefits on the account. So if you want more, which I know you do, because more is always better, sign up for the Ultimate account today and get more with Absa. Your story matters.
Kojo, we're still talking about that insightful lecture by David Ofosu-Dote. We talked about diagnosing our problems wrongly. I just got a call from Nana Kwesi, I think, who said that he disagrees that we diagnose our problems wrongly. He's going to send the full message.
Okay.
Because we had to return on air, and he's also driving, so unable to text. But once he gets to his office, he will send us a text message. But look, we've talked about that aspect of our problems. We've talked about how even the way we do things, issues to do with independence and self-rule, and how we worship our leaders, such that many of them just don't think about us. They just don't care about our state. However, they care about how they can continuously enrich themselves so that we continuously serve them, Kojo.
Yeah, and this whole thing about independence, whether we are independent or we are just self-ruling ourselves, it's something we need to think about. If we say we are independent, is it only on governance or economic independence? Even social independence, right? If we are independent when it comes to governance and our sovereignty, so 1st July is Republic Day, so we are a full republic. Where is our economic independence? And in fact, if you look at some other sectors of our economy, you can even argue that we are not independent. Look at national development plans and how we manage our economy. Always backed by directives from Bretton Woods institutions. World Bank this, IMF that, this institution this, this institution that. Even our financial services. What is the regulation that underlines our financial services? How do we assess the success or otherwise of our central bank? How about the other banks? Let's even look at the cultural bits of corporate Ghana. And I'll use the banks as a quick example.
Go ahead.
What is the branding associated with bankers? You need to wear your nice suit and tie. If you're a man, if you're a woman too, your dresses and your suit and ties, nice shoes, and all those things. Because you must present yourself in a formal attire, right?
Yeah.
To be credible, because you are going to take people's money. If I'm a banker and I'm wearing fugu every day, is fugu not a formal attire in a sense in our cultural setup?
It's a mindset problem.
It's a mindset problem. So institutions are giving, and I'm staying with banks, and if I'm wrong, bankers, please advise. We are giving clothing allowances to our staff, right? Mm-hmm. And we are importing suits from China, Turkey, and other places. It's not a $1 million import. it runs into tens of millions every year of suits for the banking sector and a lot of the corporate entities. These days, the very technical institutions, you find people dressing down. So they wear trousers and they wear their African print top, and it's largely seen as not too formal, but smart casual. But that is formal because culturally, right? Technically. Now, if we are changing the mindset of the financial sector and agree that let's throw away the suit and ties and have really nice African clothing, it's going to enable our tailors and seamstresses get more jobs from that sector. So the millions of Ghana cedis giving every year as clothing allowances, at least we get to keep a lot in the economy, because at least if you are not even producing the raw material, a lot of the finishing will be done here, which retains some of the funds in the space, which creates jobs for those SMEs, and then they can bring the money back to the financial sector, and then we turn the money around. So you see the whole independence thing. So I'm not even looking at it from the point of governance, where now we have our own president, we have a sovereign head of states who doesn't report to any queen or any king elsewhere. But even in structuring our institutions, from the colonial foundations, a lot of the institutions have carried on. So wear suit and tie to work, and that is seen to be formal. But if you threw that away a little bit, and people could wear their tie and dies and their batiks, nice shirts, presentable and everything, you'll be creating another pillar of growth in the economy with fashion. You get the whole point.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that I think we should be looking at as a people, because if we don't do these things, we will always be dependent. So when David talks about our affinity for foreign goods, it's not just the government procurement side. Even things we think are normal that we do in the private sector and in corporate Ghana are also leading to the imports of a lot of things, which is putting a lot of pressure on us. So we really, really, really need to think about those things. And then he talks about worshipping leaders. Look at what has happened in Kumasi with the thank you tour for the MPP. Look at what happens in the political season. Godfatherism. Now everybody is looking for a godfather. We are worshipping politicians. We are worshipping pastors. We are worshipping leaders as though they were the ultimate people. Right? We worship people and don't keep them accountable. We worship people who are heads of institutions who are not delivering on the promise and the oath they swear to us. We don't keep them accountable. So things happen, and because we are worshiping people, it becomes a this person against that person, or this institution against that institution, instead of the actual matter. So in this country right now, you talk about galamsey, and we'll start NDC, MPP, Kufuor, Mills, Rollins, at Akufo-Addo, Mahama. But the thing started years ago. I remember my elder brother David, when he finished school, he disappeared from home for about 6 months. We couldn't find him, and it was a source of worry for my mom. Only for us to get information. I was a boy. I was like 6-7 years old. Only for us to get information, he was in Obuasi doing what? Galamsey. This is over 30 years ago. And those were the days people used to go into the pits of the large mining companies to also look for ore and gold. It's been happening over the years, and we've not diagnosed the problem properly, so we are solving it anyhow, and the problem is expanding. We've not sat down to diagnose the problem properly, so it's expanding, and it's destroying our water bodies, destroying our landscape. It is actually one of the reasons why our whole economy is also struggling. I think that galamsey is also one of the reasons why the city is depreciating, because if you are able to capture the things happening within that particular mining economy, you realize that the value of gold going out and the financial crimes people are committing because of all that, it's crazy. Money laundering and all that. But we are worshipping leaders and we are worshipping people, so we are not thinking about the actual issues, the underlying issues, and solving them. So the police can even beat a journalist or beat a citizen.
Yeah.
But when you have to talk about it, it becomes you against them. But we forget that tomorrow something can happen to you and somebody can beat you for free. And when people talk about it, oh, these people, they are tainted also, it's you against them.
And you see, I'll get to the police bit. But all that you've talked about is just one thing. So that person who is engaged in godfatherism for the wrong reasons, his expectations are simply these. Let me support this man, worship him, so that if we win power, he will fix me somewhere. And it is the reason consistently today people get into positions and all they are thinking about is how to fleece the state, how to make money. When power changes hands, it is not about when power changes. When there's a new political party in government, it is not about mostly how we are going to turn the country around.
Even within the same political party,
this
function has chopped,
it is
so it's
how
time to chop.
It is how we're going to make money. It is how we're going to make money, and so on social media, you will see people making reference to food soldiers are hungry. Food soldiers are hungry. Every day, food soldiers are hungry. Now, those food soldiers, when you create jobs, they will get work to do.
Mm-hmm.
But what we seek to do would not be to create jobs for the food soldiers to get jobs. But what we would do is to sometimes actually burden the public purse by recruiting people when there's no need for recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
So in Ghana, the term the private sector is the engine of growth. It's just a cliche. We just make that point.
No, it's an engine, but only one cylinder.
It
cannot drive the vehicle.
No, we don't think about it because at every point in time, look, today when I talked about the 24-hour economy and I asked the question, what efficiency assessment have we done in our public institutions to know that the problem was an extension of time? Nobody would answer that. All they would say is that 24-hour economy, 1-3-3. Okay, so the same job, 3 shifts, 3 people. End of story. But in other jurisdictions, I've said this before, when I went to school in Cardiff those days, and I needed to get an NI card so you could work small. Now, I applied, picked a time, went into the Her Majesty's at the time Revenue Office, went in there. The time that, so I'd actually put in every form, every detail.
Yeah.
I had to just go through 5 or 10 minutes. This guy comes here, and I haven't forgotten it because this was 2008. And Ghana was hosting Cannes 2008. So we had done the opening ceremony, and this guy was telling me about, Ghana. That was a great opening ceremony. In 5-10 minutes, we were done. He asked that, okay, so Winston would send it to you. I went home, waited. Within 5 days, I checked my mailbox, and there you have it. They just slip it in there. There you have it. You pick it, you're gone. End of story. They didn't need to work 24 hours to achieve that for me. So today, DVLA must work 24 hours. Have you done the efficiency assessment? When you did the assessment, what were the challenges? How do you deal with those challenges? We assume that problems with the acquisition of passports in this country is the number of hours that they would work. Do you know that there's been an instance in this country where we didn't actually have even paper to print passports? That whole printing of passports, the major problem at the time was the paper. So when you go, unless you know somebody, you can't even get a passport.
And now we are told that a lot of passports have been printed and not been picked up or delivered.
Yes. You see, so we do things, all we think about is partisanship. The problem is that these funds that would go into the payment of salaries, some of these people could have found jobs within the private sector if we do our things right, and those funds would go into the provision of other amenities that are needed in certain areas. We never think like that. It is not bad for the government to employ, but I think the government can incentivize the private sector, which has the capacity to employ where the government cannot.
Yeah.
And this bit about worshipping people. So you have the Ghana Police Service beating a journalist, injuring the journalist in the process. And in the case of Lateef Idrisu, for those of us who work with him, we know the challenges the man is going through. And we would then go ahead and say he didn't sustain any injury when there will be medical. Oh my goodness. All because, why? Today, and I know people will come and say, hey, you Jonah, today, in this country, people send you messages, things they cannot say. They say you should say it on their behalf. Or you are the only ones who can say it on our behalf. Do you think I will continue speaking when I'm being beaten? If my life is under threat, would I continue speaking? No. Because at the end of the day, if my life is under threat, I have young children. My son is not old to take care of himself. And I wouldn't want to die an avoidable death where you will not be there to play a role in the upbringing of your child. Mm-hmm. So the time to speak up against some of these things is now. Let us not pretend all is okay when all is not okay. Mm-hmm. We pretend too much in this country. I'm disappointed in the state attorneys who presented that kind of defense in court.
There's a lot happening in this country, Winston. And look, if we don't talk about these things and right the wrongs, the Ghana we want will never happen for us. The utopian Ghana we want will never happen. We will see what is going on. The ills we don't like keep going on. I'll give you a final example before we go for our next break. It rains every day and Shashi gets flooded. Flash floods. Mm-hmm. Right? Every time it rains, Shashi gets flooded. Are we saying that Ghana Highway Authority, urban roads, all the engineers in this country cannot figure out how that place gets flooded, whether it's some excavation we need to do or some widening we need to do to the drain so that when the water comes, they can drain away for people to go? So as we speak, if you get to Shashi, there are about 3 lanes. Only 1.5 or 1.2% can be used. Really? It's something we need to think about. And you also mentioned 24-hour economy. I think the 24-hour economy secretariat should really, really sit down and look at how we will get this thing working. I'll give you a personal example. So when we close from everything we do, we all want to run 24-hour economies, right? So in the evening you get home and you want to do some work, either do some food processing or even study or do some work. But every evening you go home and you have half current. Mm-hmm. And all the other phase, you only have one phase off. If we want to enable 24-hour economy to work, we need to enable access to the services that we need to do production. So as part of 24-hour economy, for example, what investments are we going to push for, whether through big push or whatever policy, to ensure that we increase our power production and even reduce the cost of power? Because from Friday, or is it from Friday, we'll be paying more for electricity. Mm-hmm. But what strategies are we putting together to ensure that there is consistent electricity? And when I talk about consistent electricity, it's not the electricity that always comes with press releases. That today we have excess capacity, tomorrow we don't have Dumso, but it's just local faults. We can't be suffering local faults consistently. You see, local faults should be once in a blue moon. We can't be suffering local faults consistently. So if you are talking 24-hour economy and if you want people to produce, there are people who are bankers and food processors. They will go and do their banking, and in the evening they want to do food production. My favorite cereal brand is by some guy who is with one of the big banks. He goes to do his 9 to 5, closes, stay in traffic for 2 hours, get home 9 p.m., get his wife and kids together, do some processing for about 2 hours before he sleeps, wakes up at 4 a.m. to beat the traffic. So he's not fixed public transportation, so he spends more time in traffic. He goes to do papapa in the bank, comes home to do another papapa, and when he gets home to work, you've given him half current.
Can you imagine?
And then it is accompanied by a press release that 20 local faults. We need to really think and connect everything properly, and it must be led by public procurement. We need to buy ourselves into prosperity, not buy ourselves into prospering others.
Great. Stay with us. Many of you are joining the conversation. On the channel after these messages, we'll share them with the rest of the world.
Asampaetia Obayansa fuso obunuye wonka na asam Tema futu sam kakre wa supeme Yo kofi amani ya woman Amani ya memana Yenyi baby ako Wachaza ya wareni Wonsom wanyinyi pa Asade pa wofyoye Yamo yambera ye Ebe ya ifuyena Amae ya umano Amae ya memana Adiwa ya nora Nyamichada Yemana renya Wanso wanyinyiba Sawa ya wanabele Yamo yambera ye Ebe ya ifuyena Wanso wanyinyiba Sadepa ofioyo Kamo yembiraye Ebeya ifiyana Ama ebeya ifiyana.
One night, one stage, one nation's heartbeat, as all the stars in Ghana align to celebrate the biggest night in Ghanaian music, the 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards. Live, unfiltered, unforgettable, with Kim Promise, Stoneboy, Kweku Smoke, Empress Gifty, Kim Paluta, Famiye, Adina, Beastrap, Abiana, Titi Owusu, AEC, Molly, and more. Tickets going fast. 500 Ghana cedis and 700 Ghana cedis at Charterhouse, or dial *713*33*00#. For limited VVIP, call 050-128-8520 now. The 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards, produced by Charterhouse, with support from Guinness, TV3, British Council, Closer, KPMG, and Joy FM, and proudly sponsored by Telecel, Connected Energy.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. With Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net. Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113,
For over 20 years, Ashesi University graduates have been pioneering change across the continent and beyond. With our new graduate programs in Master of Business Administration, Intelligent Computing Systems, and Mechatronic Engineering, you can advance your career or your enterprise. An Ashesi education gives you more than just a degree. It equips you with skills for a lifetime. Visit www.ashesi.edu.gh to explore our programs designed for Africa's future leaders. Remember, applications are ongoing.
TCL's Easter promotion. It's big and bold. Buy 50-inch, 55-inch, or 65-inch TCL QLED Pro 4K Smart Android TV starting from 7,999 Ghana cedis and get free 32-inch TCL TV. Buy TCL 75-inch, 85-inch, or 98-inch TV and get free 43-inch TCL TV. The bigger the purchase, the better the deal. Buy TCL 115-inch QD Mini LED 4K TV and get a free 85-inch TCL TV. Discount so huge you will feel like a winner. Looking for TCL refrigerators, washing machines, water dispensers, audio soundbar, and more at cool deals? Rush to TCL showrooms and authorized TCL dealers in Ghana before stock runs out. Terms and conditions apply. TCL, inspire greatness.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy.
Music from Stoneboy talking about galamsey and the violence and all the problems it comes with. We have a conversation to have on galamsey as well here on the Super Morning Show. I'm still here with Winston, but let's read some of your messages sent through 055-1111-997. That's the WhatsApp line, 055-1111-997. Winston.
And also on X, using the hashtag JoySMS, at Becca Fido says, honestly, I'm amazed by the smartness of these minds. That's David Ofosu-Dotes. We really don't lack so much. If the collective so desires positive results and stay committed to it, nothing will be impossible. At Eduhini A says, mindset. When one travels to the French-speaking neighbors of Ghana like Cote d'Ivoire, Togo or Benin, or Burkina Faso, you hardly ever hear the locals mention the dollar in their day-to-day conversations. But in Ghana, even the 10-year-old knows the dollar is the issue. Omariba Ebenezer says, even some church collection is done in dollars. Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, which church is that?
I don't know. Well, maybe it'll come. Candace Marie says, in the back of our mind, rent in Accra is priced in dollars, whether front of your mind or back. Now, Michael Yevugan says, David Ofosu-Dote, may God bless you. Our corrupt activities as a nation all stem from the non-use of measurable services to serve. You travel from Accra to Adan, and when you stop to buy tomatoes, what you're seeing is just on top, but beneath is either grass or hollow. People will shrink margarine tins with the underpressed inside before using to serve rice or beans. Is it not corruption? Well, it's definitely the measurement things that we talked about.
As a principle, when I travel on the highways, I don't buy anything by the roadside, because those who sell on the roadside, they usually are the people you think are giving you the best deal.
But I had the shock. The reason I stopped, I had the shock of my life when I bought earthenware pot, Aiwa, years ago. This lady sold one to me for I think 100 cedis or so.
Yeah.
Now, only for me to go to Medina Market, I think it was 10 cedis.
Because in your mind, you are driving in the countryside. Yeah. It should be cheap. So it's a it's a mindset thing.
Mindset problem. Now, Raymond Sinzo says David's lectures are superb. Jacob Sechi says kudos. David Ofosu-Dote, he's the neutral we're clamoring for, not people who purportedly are doing the bid of political party for appointments. Godwin Nahu says, We cannot have economic transformation and a mindset change with the nature of the system of governance we're practicing. When a nation entrusts its affairs and resources to others for the same people to self-regulate to deliver, can never attain the above. The speaker made mention of we worshipping our leaders. If you have a system that the leader is above the law, you made that leader a demigod. See, not until we call for a reform in the structure of our constitution, where those we entrust the affairs of the country and its resources are not masters unto themselves, nothing will work for us. Okay.
Now, Eunice from East Legon says, please, the private sector in Ghana is not as developed as the public sector. The private sector has serious issue and governance issues. Private sector businesses exist. Some private sector businesses exist to fund the lifestyle of the shareholder. It's not run like blue chip companies elsewhere. And some public sector businesses also are funding the lifestyle of the bosses. So, and she goes on to say that there are fundamental problems in the private sector, and in some of these institutions there is no proper pay structure, etc., etc. You know, that's very true. Daniel from Amasaman says there's behavior or our attitude towards work need to change. Give your material to a tailor, you will clap your hands. Workers who do spraying for 3 hours or more and come to work and sleep and they are ineffective on the job. How can we grow as a nation? And this message says, please, Boateng, we don't have lights. We've not had lights since it rained yesterday.
Oh, sad one.
It's a consistent local fault.
Yeah, we need to deal with it.
Deal with it.
You talk about the tailors. I've shared this story before. In 1993, we had just moved to Ho. Young man, you know the era of the shaking material. You know, it's Christmas, and I'd given the material to this tailor, whose name I still remember, Murphy. We used to call him Murphy. Then Murphy says that, my tool, my pump back mento here. I said, Murphy, don't worry, you give it to me. I'll go and iron that into mento. I said, Murphy, give me the thing. Let me go and iron in my house and use that. But the man won't to mento. Do their train. But you know, young ones would never agree because we're going to go to church on Christmas Day.
Yes.
So we insisted only for Murphy to come and say, no credit back up. And imagine having to go home knowing that you're not going to wear your new clothes on Christmas Day.
Where was this? Was it Ho or where?
It was in Ho.
It was in Ho. If I told you my tailor story, you will be shocked. You see this trouser I'm wearing? You know, I always wear similar trousers, right? So 6 years ago, I had them sew 8 suits for me, different colors. And my tailor was a banker.
Oh, okay.
And he sold the best suits I've seen any Ghanaian tailor sew. The boy did it. He raised money. He got the $10,000 of Osidote talked about, and he japa.
Oh,
so now I need new suits.
I'll take you to. I will let Captain Bay show new.
Charlie was a banker with one of the big banks, big boy banker. He closes and goes and sews. Give me 8, and I've been wearing them for 6 years.
You see, that's the mindset.
Then he made $10,000. Ghana knows you. The boy has japa.
Well, let me tell you about your favorite shopping destination, because this story there, you have $10,000, you will not invest in Ghana. Marina Mall is now closer to you. We're thrilled to announce the opening of our brand new outlet at Batrona Spintex, right next to the commercial bank. And you know, our exclusive brands and unmatched shopping experience you've come to love are now closer to you. So to our cherished shoppers in Batrona Spintex, Lashibi, Terminate, surrounding areas, come by and explore our array of shops offering everything you need, from groceries, fashion and accessories to perfumery, health and beauty products, electronics and dining, anchored by Marina Supermarket and home to premium brands including PMMC, Harim Istanbul, Exotica Salon and Spa, Glee Health Dental Clinic, Numero Uno, Celebrity Style Fashion and many more. We're currently offering limited retail spaces for exclusive brands in the following categories: electronics, fashion, restaurants, home decor. Interested retailers can call 0556 687222. 0556 687222, or connect with us on social media via at Marina Mall Spintex on all platforms. Marina Mall Spintex, redefining your shopping experience.
And there's exciting news for anyone looking to join the MTN family. If you want to grab an MTN SIM card or an extra one, all you need to do is to go to any MTN service center, Connect store, or your nearest authorized community shop to take advantage of their latest fantastic offer. You can purchase a SIM card at an incredible price of just 10 Ghana cedis. Just 10 Ghana cedis. Only you can get an MTN SIM card. Remember, to purchase your new SIM card and get connected, you need to bring your valid Ghana card along to register your SIM. It's that simple. Don't buy your SIM anywhere else for more than 10 Ghana cedis. If you go anywhere and they tell you the SIM card is more than 10 Ghana cedis, don't buy it. Tell them, Omoboa. So what are you waiting for? Experience the most amazing network when you join the Yellow family today.
So Sunday brunch at the Palms, formerly Holiday Inn. Your perfect Sunday just got better. Join us this and every Sunday at 12 noon for an unforgettable brunch experience at the Palms, all for just 500 Ghana cedis. Indulge in complimentary soft drinks, a sumptuous continental buffet, a rich spread of African favorites, live music to elevate the vibe, and a beautiful ambience perfect for relaxing with friends or family. Whether you're celebrating or just taking it slow, the Palms is where your Sunday should begin. Reserve now, seats fill up fast. Call 055 1000 333 or 055 1000 555.
And let's enjoy convenience with Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited. They are your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment and furniture at affordable prices. They've introduced an online store for your shopping convenience. Head to kingdomstoreonline.com and buy anything and everything you want from Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited. It's hassle-free, it's convenient, and they will arrange delivery to your homes and offices within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability is their hallmark. This is still the Super Morning Show. I'll take one more message and I'll take you to a story that really is bothering me. We've been talking about galamsey over the years, and this morning there's a story in front of about 3 newspapers which suggests that 65% of teens in mining communities have abandoned school for gold. 65% of teens in mining communities have abandoned school for gold. Now, why am I worried about this story? If you look at where mining is happening in the country, it is in the southwestern part of the country. So, Western North, Western region, Central region, Eastern region, Ashanti region, some parts of the Bono area. If you look at the population of these areas, it's a very big population. So if 65% of teens in these mining communities are abandoning school for gold and are involved in small-scale mining and illegal mining, it's a good chunk of your future leaders that are abandoning their future for current gratification. If you look at our population, Ashanti region is 5 million, Greater Accra region is 5 million. So you take these 2 regions, you have 20 million more people. If you take out the Bono and Nahafo and Bono East populations, North, Northeast, Upper East, Upper West, let's just assume you have about 10 more million people in Western, Central, parts of the Ashanti region where the galamsey is ongoing, Northeast. Now, I'm making a lot of assumptions. I just don't even want to open any Excel to do any proper numbers to scare us. Now, if you have 10 million and we assume that even 1 million of that are teenagers and 65% of 1 million teenagers are indeed abandoning school and all sorts of training activities and capacity building to go into searching for gold, what future are we living for those areas? What will be the future and the implications of all these things on Ghana? Think about it. We'll go for a quick break. When we come, I'll share that story with you, and then we'll bring you updates on what's happening with the fight against illegal mining. Then I'll talk to my very good friend and brother, Erastus Asaridonko, to get more updates right here on the Supermon. In fact, Erastus is already on the line. Let me talk to him before we go for the break. Erastus, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Kojo. Long time.
Long time no see, but we talk all the time.
Yeah, we talk all the time.
Yes, and how is Kumasi this morning?
Otumfuo is fine.
Otumfuo is fine.
So I assume Kumasi is fine too.
I saw videos of Otumfuo's mediation of the Boko conflict yesterday, and the videos portrayed an atmosphere of joy of the various parties after they had their initial meetings, and this gladdens my heart.
I was surprised that the two factions came together, to see Otumfuo. That's great.
That's great. So whilst we are making progress there, we are not making progress with the fight against illegal mining. I've seen your latest videos and your reports, so I want you to hold on. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, give us detailed update of what is happening with illegal mining, and I'll discuss this thing with the teens who have abandoned school for gold with you. Please, just wait for me. I'll be right back.
Are you 16 to 27 years old? Employers aren't just after degrees anymore. Stay relevant. Apply to DTI, Ghana's top TVET institution. We offer cutting-edge programs like precision welding and fabrication, design innovation and entrepreneurship, with hands-on training to prepare you for real-world challenges. Join us and succeed in industries like manufacturing, construction, and technology. At DTI, you'll learn by doing in a supportive environment. Be inspired by success stories of TVET graduates thriving in diverse fields. Visit dtiafrica.com or call 054-169-3534. Pick up admissions forms at our campus in Mimpasem, East Legon. DTI, wired for jobs.
It's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger, better, unmissable. From now until May 4th, the Junction Mall is a place to be for everything, from the hottest gadgets and appliances to fashion, food, and fun, all at up to 70% off. Shop and win amazing prizes. There'll be cultural displays, live band performances, junction aerobics for the fit and fun, and kids paradise with face painting, boat rides, bumper cars, and so much more. Bring the family, grab your squad, and do not miss a single moment. It's not just shopping, it's heydays at the Junction Mall, and it's bigger and better than ever before. Follow us at the Junction Mall GH on Facebook and Instagram, or WhatsApp us on 0540-221-774 for more details. The Junction Mall. Join, explore, shop, enjoy.
Miss out on Electroland Extravaganza Easter promotion. Buy and get whooping discounts in our Samsung Easter promotion. Get awesome deals in Media Easter Bonanza. Now, starting from $499 Ghana cedis, you will get a NASCO burner. With 1,599 Ghana cedis, you will get a 32-inch NASCO LED TV. NASCO top mount freezers start from 1,799 Ghana cedis, and NASCO chest freezers from 2,599 Ghana cedis. You will get a free desktop computer if you buy our selected NASCO 6 kg, 7 kg, 8 kg, or 10 kg washing machine. Rush to EGL and authorized dealer showrooms across Ghana for exciting offers. Terms and conditions apply. Electroland Ghana Limited, home of luxury and affordable electronics.
Do you know that NIT is back in Ghana? Yes, you heard it right. NIT is back in Ghana, and Jackson Institute of Technology is the official partner. It's bigger, it's better, and it's here to revolutionize IT education in Ghana. Get ready for world-class training and unmatched opportunities powered by Jackson Institute of Technology. Jackson Institute of Technology is shaping futures with hands-on IT training for youth, students, and professionals. Courses include cybersecurity, Python programming, data analytics, networking and hardware essentials, and Microsoft Office Suite. We offer flexible schedules, affordable payment plans, and expert trainers with globally recognized certifications. Scholarships are available for women and girls. Sign up early to grab yours. You can locate us in Accra at Abna Atia Towers, Ring Road Central, or you can call us to enroll on 059-699-6037 or 059-699-6042. Take the first step towards your dream career with Jackson Institute of Technology, where your tech future begins.
One night, one stage, one nation's heartbeat. As all the stars in Ghana align to celebrate the biggest night in Ghanaian music, the 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards. Live, unfiltered, unforgettable, with Kim Promise, Stoneboy, Kweku Smoke, Empress Gifty, Kim Paluta, Famiye, Adina, Beast Trap, Abiana, Titi Owusu, AEC, Molly, and more. Tickets going fast. 500 Ghana cedis and 700 Ghana cedis at Charterhouse, or dial star 713 star 33 star 00 hash. For limited VVIP, call 050-128-8520 now. The 26th Telecel Ghana Music Awards, produced by Charterhouse, with support from Guinness, TV3, British Council, Closer, KPMG, and Joy FM, and proudly sponsored by Telecel, Connected Energy.
Think about the future children.
That have been seized legally from possible crimes, marked as exhibits, pending court action, placed properly and lawfully in the custody of an agency which is the Forestry Commission. Why will anybody order for them to be released? To where? And certainly these are questions that in the coming days we have to be fishing for answers on. And so 4 of them have been brought back. We are waiting for the 5th one after the supposed order from whoever was reversed when we started asking questions. Now the order has been reversed. They've been asked to bring back the excavators. 4 of them have been brought back. We are expecting 1 to be returned so we can leave this place.
Welcome the people are suffering. Oh, I think about the future children. What kind of legacy you leaving for them? Selling and destroying generations.
So that was the voice of Erastus. Welcome back to the Super Morning Show, and Erastus is still with me here on the show. We are talking about illegal mining and the fight against illegal mining. There's a new development. Excavators that have been seized and parked at the Forestry Commission, we understand, have been released on orders of the Kumasi Mayor. Erastus is here to give us the latest on mining. So Erastus, you are still with me, right?
Yes, Kojo, I'm here.
Good. So give us the latest on the mining issues. What is happening?
Well, I must say that let me acknowledge the effort made by government, especially the Lands Ministry and the Inspector General, their incursions into some of the reserves and the arrests made so far. In fact, the team is still on the ground, and I've been in touch. They are moving deep into the forest, and I like the way they are moving deep into the forest, doing arrests, even in areas that I did not even know that they had illegal miners there. So it is going well in some of the forest reserves. In some of the reserves too, we still have illegal mining going on. And the Forestry Commission is also ramping up on those areas. And one of the critical areas in Ashanti region is Achumampunwa. And that is where a number of illegal miners have turned attention to in recent times. Precisely Jimira and Jimira Extension, Offin Shelter Belt, Apenkuru areas and others. Those are the areas that have come under siege recently, and people are invading in numbers. In Kroma Pechi, end of Adobeura and others, those are areas that we have illegal miners still operating. And I think yesterday, was it 3 days ago, the Forestry Commission made some arrests. 4 excavators were seized from there. And so if you realize, all the excavators that have been brought to the depot in Kumasi are from Jimira Extension, Offin Shelter Belt areas. We still have remnants of illegal miners, though government has raided a lot of areas within the Tanoanya Forest Reserve, there are still some reports of some mining within certain portions of that forest that need to be reversed. Tano Nimre, the IGP and his men, the CID people on the ground, have done quite a yeoman's job in that area. A lot of excavators have been seized. The last time I checked, we have seized 47 from in and around Samreboy, Tano Nimre, Boy Tano, and its environs. The team is still on the ground. Just about 1 week ago, they seized 13 more. Yesterday, I've got briefing. They've entered another area where quite a number of excavators have been seized. So I must say that some work is being done, but there's more to be done, especially mining in settlements. That is still a very big issue which has not been dealt with. And in fact, when you go to certain towns, the Wasa towns, and I keep mentioning Wasa towns because we have gone there and they have said in front of our cameras that what they are doing is illegal. I have those tapes where they boldly told us that what we are doing is galamsey, but they are doing it anyway. And it's right within the town. And I think we must wage a war on mining and settlements. When you go to the Manso areas, now it's an eyesore, affecting vocational schools, affecting bridges. Even one bridge in Manso, Kenyago, was almost gone. And some very good citizens recently went to the police, got some men, and they've been able to flush them out from. But they almost destroyed the bridge. And it will take a long time for government to bring funds down to repair the bridge. When you go to Usino, mining is still being done in the town, close to the main road. And we need to do something about it. Kolongo Dumase, mining is still being done. They are still digging beneath homes. Akrokere, close to Obuase, mining is still being done in towns. And so I think that there should be a show of force, a message in that direction, because it is criminal. The Minerals and Mining Act does not permit mining in settlement. You can go to prison for 5 years. And we need to enforce that. Again, mining on water bodies. That's also another area that we are yet to
Erastus, hold that thought there. I want us to look at Manso Kenyago. I don't know if those watching us on Facebook can see our screen. Jojo, if you can project the screen for those watching us to see. So you just mentioned Manso Kenyago, and I just went on Google Earth, and I'm looking at the town. I'm looking at Jejetreso DA Primary, for example. There's a Jejetreso DA Primary, and just around the school, I can see mining sites. If I zoom into Kenyago, for example, I'm looking at how the town has been over the past 10 years. And 10 years ago, there was no active mining around the town. But right now, I can see mining happening all around the town. Every corner of the town, there's mining happening. And so this is in a town that possibly has a police station, an assemblyman, a chief, possibly an MP who goes there to campaign and all that. Have they not seen this?
Your guess is as good as mine. When you go to Edubia, the washing bays for artisanal mining, they are being manufactured and produced few meters from the police station. Well, I don't know whether it is a crime to be fixing and producing those things, and that's what they use for the illegal mining activities anyway.
I see that also in the Etiwa area when I'm traveling to Kumasi. You see them manufacturing the washing equipment and some of the mining equipment just by the roadside. And sometimes I ask myself, are these things being built for legal mining or illegal mining? And if it's for legal or illegal, who is regulating the manufacturing of these machines?
And I think that we should be able to control the production of some of these things. Some of them, for like equipment like the Shamfan motors, you know specifically that when they manufacture that, it's specifically for that. There's no other purpose. So those things, I think we should be able to take a critical look at. Now you are looking at Manso Keniago, but the devastation and mining in settlements spreads across all the Manso areas.
Yeah.
Now you go to, if you look at your Google Earth maps, you will see that Tontokrum has already been destroyed. They are still destroying. You go to Mansonkai. It's evident there. Manso, Edubia, and this environment, it is still there. And on a daily basis, you have people who call me personally, people who send me videos, pictures. Can you come to our area? Can you come and have a look at this for us? All over. Now, there are areas that were resisting illegal mining, like Jema. You know, there is a bishop there. He has done fantastic job. I've forgotten the name, one father. And it was a big resistance in that area that the Jema youth decided that no mining will come to their place. Recently, the mining in surrounding towns have come so close to the extent that now the only stream that shares Jema, where the other degraded lands used to come to fetch water, is now being polluted. And the last time the father called me, he was so sad. And I asked him to report to the police in that area. That is yet to be resolved.
You know, when I grew up in Inkarie, so my father used to work in Inkarie, so we used to live at Inkarie Kuma, close to the Inkarie Secondary Technical. And the whole forest reserve from the district assembly, which spread all the way from Inkarie, Tuase to the Mpasetia towns and all those towns. We were told that nobody should go and farm there, nobody should go and do anything illegal there, because there were even dwarfs in there. So if you did anything illegal in that Achimam Punya area, the dwarfs will take you away. But now I'm looking at the maps, and all those areas, people are mining in the forest.
Now Achimam Punya is the bedrock of galamsey. Abesia, Abumpi, Jimira, Nkroma Pechi, all those areas have been taken over. Kojo, what I'm saying is that government seems to be doing something, but the kind of strong message that we need to send out there, that people, you cannot do this in settlements, you cannot do this on water bodies. There should be a clear demarcation, distinction of these areas as red zones. And I think that's the reason why the CSOs have been demanding state of emergency in those areas, because these are critical areas. These are areas where people stay. Mining is poisonous. Mining, the effluents that come from mining, is toxic. And so when you bring it to settlements, you bring it home, definitely you are inviting a lot of diseases to your OPDs. And our health system, we all know, at the local level, is so bad. So seriously, this should be an emergency. The urgency should be felt. The message should be sent out there that we cannot be mining in homes, which is currently going on. If we don't send that message soon enough, it will spread like a cancer to the other towns that we do not have mining. And that will be disastrous for us. And I think that is where the minister, Honorable Amoah Kofi needs to take a critical look, spread what he is doing in Samreboy to the settlements. And I think I've already discussed with him. He has agreed that there's something in the offing, and I can't wait to see that.
Now, Erastus, I have two more questions for you before I bring in listeners. So if you are listening to us, I need to hear from you. What do you think we should do if 65% of teens in mining areas are not going to school? If vegetation is being destroyed, water bodies are being destroyed. You've heard all the various angles and what has been said. You are the Ghanaian. All our leaders are custodians of the natural resources on your behalf. What do you think we should do to arrest this? I want to hear from you on the show. You can send us a message 055-111-997, and later I'll open the phone lines for you to join us. But also, you've been visiting these mining areas and it started raining. Do you see farmers in those areas planning or preparing land for any farming activities? Or because of farming, mining, we are not farming in these areas anymore?
You know, some farmers are waiting for rain. Because in areas like Odahu, Benenebin,
Odaho is close to Obuasi, right?
No, Odaho is within the Amansie West area, close to the Apamprama Forest Reserve.
But it is served by the Oda River, which goes to Obuasi.
Yes, that's where the Oda River, the Oda River takes its source from the Apamprama.
Yeah.
And 50% of that forest is already gone.
Oh God!
And so it has changed the rainfall pattern in that area. When I speak with farmers in Benenebin and Odaho and Buakwa, they will tell you that they've been waiting for rain that never comes. Now, many of them do not have boreholes in the town to fetch the water and even transport it to the farm. And it means that if they don't get the rains, their crops die. Because the river, Oda, which is just along the farms, cannot be used. It's highly poisoned. And so when you put it on the crops, they die. And so the cocoa farmers in these areas expect the rain. Those who are growing plantain around this time and other things, they cannot get water to water their crops. Now, I went to Samraboy, and one farmer showed me how illegal miners asked him to sell his farm, his cocoa farm. He said, no, I'm not going to sell. Other farmers around him sold their farms. And then they intentionally used the excavator to dig around his farm in such a way that when it rained, the Tano River overflowed his banks and destroyed his cocoa farm.
So basically, they are making it difficult for him to farm.
Yes, he doesn't have a farm, and the people have destroyed it. They are now mining because he has abandoned the farm now. They are now mining deep into his farm. And so when you get to Samraboy and you see how happy people are that the police are now getting people out of these areas. So we must do something. And after we have done that, there should be a desilting process for areas like the Ankubra at Pristia Hemai, Awudia, where the Ankubra has been banked. We can desilt and allow the river to flow and restore itself.
Erastus, my final question. I'll ask the question, then you put everything together and sum it up nicely for me. Yesterday, I saw your video of machines that had been confiscated, and the report was that those confiscated machines, there had been an order for them to be released. So wrap up on what you were saying and give us an update on that to wrap up for this morning. Okay, so what I was going to say was that at Samraboy, I was told that at a point in time, Samatex lost a chunk of its workforce to galamsey. Nobody was willing to work with the company. It's a timber company, and it employs about 60% of the people there. Nobody was willing to work for the company because they were going to galamsey side. And after the raid, now the company is coming back to full force. So it means that there are other jobs that people can look up to if we do the right thing and enforce the law. Now, to your question, what happened in Kumasi wasn't good. And though there has been an explanation by the mayor as to what his intentions were, whatever the intentions were, whatever happened over there wasn't good. And I think this has happened before, even under the previous regime, where excavators that were seized were handed over to their owners, and people benefited from that. We have gotten information, and remember, we keep tabs on all the excavators that have been arrested. We are following keenly. Together with the Forestry Commission, we are in touch with the depots. We are monitoring what is happening to the seized excavators. And so that is how we got to know that some of them were being moved out of that depot, and we had to follow up and find out what is happening. Because we need, as much as we are enforcing the law, we need to be able to safeguard these equipment. If they are handed over to the Forestry Commission, finally by the court, we will still have to monitor to see what the Forestry Commission is going to do with those equipment, so they don't end back where they were seized. Thank you, Erastus. Thank you for these updates. We'll be coming back to you in the coming days for more on this. Let's keep pushing and let's keep righting this wrong that galamsey is wreaking on us as a country. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, I'll read some of your messages. I'll also show you the town Kenyago that Erastus mentioned. Kenyago 10 years ago and Kenyago today. How galamsey has taken over a whole town, including public infrastructure. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Another man, yeah, nations, many men shall die because of the greed of another man, yeah, many men shall die because of the greed of another man, yeah, worldwide. Think about the future children, what kind of legacy you leaving for them, selling and destroying generational wealth and the people are suffering. Oh,
Sasso, sasso, e se come tonton precon. Sasso, sasso, e se come tonton precon. Edrana drami ne buseshe. Ye hakesiare malaria. Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito study run away. Tonton precon. Sasso, sasso, mi se come tonton precon. Come tonton precon. Sasso, come tonton precon. Nani shamne die demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
As a busy professional, I struggled with back and neck strain from long hours at my desk. To improve my focus, productivity, and well-being, I sought expert advice from the CEO of Expert Office Furnish.
After being in the furniture business for 25 years, I can tell you 2 things that causes back pain in the workspace: bad sitting posture and not sitting on a good chair. I recommend to you the Genevia Beeper chair, the chair that helps you to sit right. When you don't sit right, it beeps for you to be able to sit right. The next will be the Enjoy chair. It takes every body shape and size. Buy a chair that will support your back and give you that comfort to be able to deliver on your job.
Expert Office Furnish offers molding furniture for comfort, productivity, and style. From seating to customized solutions, plus interior decoration services, they've got it all. Find them off the Atomic Hills Estate Road in Ashonman or call 0571 386602 on Facebook and Instagram at Expert Office Furnish.
Every year, thousands of Ghana's brightest minds leave in search of better opportunities abroad, creating a gap in our workforce. The critical question is, how do we motivate these talented individuals to stay and drive Ghana's much-needed economic transformation? How do we inspire them to build their future here? The time to act is now. Join David Ofosudote, Senior Partner at ABN David Africa, Professor Mary Setrana from the Center for Migration at the University of Ghana, Abena Amoah, Managing Director of the Ghana Stock Exchange, and former President of Mauritius, Her Excellency Dr. Amina Gurib Fakim, at the 12th edition of the Ishmael Yamson and Associates Business Roundtable. Together, they will explore the theme, Managing the Talent Exodus, Leveraging Private-Public Partnerships for Growth. The date is the 7th of May 2025. The venue, the Palms by Eagles in Airport City. The time is 9 a.m. Be a part of this transformational conversation on Ghana's future. To register, text your name and organization to 0530 117 202 or email info@ieyamson.com.
Think about the future children. Mankind wicked and wise. The strange generation.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Let this poisoning the water. The farmlands are chemicalized and I don't know what to do. Yeah, and this is because of illegal mining and
Music from Stoneboy, still talking about illegal mining here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Kojo. Akoto Boateng. It's 9:39, 20 minutes to 10. At 10, we bring you the news, and then Cosmopolitan Mix will follow. Galamsey. What do you think we should do? I'll be reading your messages shortly, but let me share bits of the story with you from the news center. The story says 65% of teens in mining communities have abandoned school for gold. And it's a new study by Child Rights International. They've reviewed a distressing trend in Ghana's mining communities. And according to their report, only 35% of teenagers are currently enrolled in school, as children are increasingly abandoning classrooms for illegal mining sites. Now, Mr. Bright Apia, who is the executive director, has been speaking to this. And according to their study, just 18% of children aged 13 to 14 years in mining communities are currently in school, while only 17% of those aged 15 to 17 are enrolled. And so that is the story. I tried to do some quick maths to give us a sense of the numbers, and I'm using only 5 regions. So Western region, Western North, Central region, Eastern region, and Ashanti region. These 5 regions have a population that exceeds 12 million, right? Now, if you look at the percentage of teens, generally between the ages of 10 and 19, you are going to get about 3 million teenagers in these communities. Now, let's just say within these areas, most of the communities are farming communities and there is no mining. And there is no evidence that mining is happening anywhere. And so even just 30% of these communities have some form of mining activity going on. You are looking at around 1 million teenagers. So if this report is true, and I believe, because Child Rights International over the past few years has been doing a lot of work in this, then we are looking at tens of thousands of children who are supposed to be in school, either eating free school feeding food or possibly enjoying free senior high school, are not in the schools. They are rather in the mining pits or around the mining ecosystem. Now, if you look at some of the satellite images coming from some of these communities, you see that over the past 10 years, the communities have expanded, and the communities are the center of the mining activity. So you see a community sandwich between and within the mining pits. Don't these communities have police commanders, police stations? Do they not have assembly members? Do they not have chiefs? If they have Odukro, they don't have paramount chiefs who supervise the various chiefs in these communities. Don't MPs go there to campaign? Don't presidential candidates go there to campaign? How can this be happening next door, yet no action is taken? Who are the police commanders in this area? Their job is to ensure law and order. What really are they doing in these areas? And how have they sit down to consistently allow galamsey to happen the way it's happening? I'll be reading some of your messages on the show shortly, but let me give you some good news from Expert Office Furnish. If you are looking to furnish your home or your office, if you are looking for ergonomic swivel chairs, talk to Expert Office Furnish. They have swivel chairs with intelligent seat cushions and dynamic bionic spine pressure relief systems to make your work convenient. And at Expert Office Furnish, they also have executive desks, cabinet, conference, and all office furniture that suits your budget. So go to their office. They are at Atomic Hills Estate on the Surrey Junction Road near ASI Plaza at Ashongman Estates. Call them on 0244 280 532 or follow them on the various social media platforms. Just look for Expert Office Furnish and you find them on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Visit their website, expertofficefurnish.com. Expert Office Furnish, your health, your wealth. And the Joy News Impact Makers Award is coming. It's in partnership with the McDonald Foundation, and we are presenting the finalists for the 2025 Impact Makers Awards. From after school programs to mental health advocacy, clean water projects, inclusive education, women empowerment and more, these people are the true agents of change, making extraordinary impacts in hard-to-reach communities across Ghana. Catch their inspiring stories on Joy News as we honor their efforts in reshaping lives one step at a time. The Impact Makers Awards is brought to you by Gold Key Properties, transforming the landscape, MNC Group Global, Totally Reliant, German Ozone Medical Center, Alternative Therapy, Dental Wellness and Beauty, Latex Foam, your partner for life, the Center for Strategic Philanthropy and Social Investment of the Pentecost University, unleashing transformational philanthropy research and innovation for community impact, Philanthropy Ghana, promoting and elevating philanthropy in Ghana, and the Ghana CEO Summit and Expo, inspiring business leadership and economic transformation. The Impact Makers Awards is celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impact. Some of your messages: good morning, I pray that our leaders take decisive and pragmatic actions to curb the menace of illegal mining. This is from Sami. And the phone lines 032-221-6541, 032-221-6541 and 055-111-1997, 055-111-1997. I want to hear from you. You are the owners of the landscape. You are the owners of Ghana and the environment. Yes, we've heard enough from everybody and the plans to do this. What do you think we should do, especially knowing that 65% of children in these mining communities are not going to school but are chasing gold? Now, this message says, it's unfortunate, as much as 65% of our youth in these mining areas are out of school. The sad bit is that more than 65% of these young guys who have stopped schooling to engage in mining in these areas are also into the use of hard and illegal drugs and banned substances. I stayed there briefly, and what I saw broke my heart. Now, MMC Group Global is an investment holding company with businesses in minerals, food trading, gold export, real estate, logistics, and more. They have over 12 years experience and a presence in 8 countries, including Dubai, USA, and China. They are driving growth and innovation. So if you want a business to tap into, if you want expertise in management, consultancy, procurement, and energy services, unlock these opportunities with MNC Group today. MNC Group Global, totally reliant. Papa Ansa is calling from one of my favorite places, Latte, Ekuapim. Papa, good morning. You're on the Super Morning Show.
Good morning, Mr. Kojo.
Yes, boss. Talk to me, Papa.
How is Okonfu? Josaphat, aka Watabamba.
Okonfu is doing very well. He's doing
Thank
very
God.
well.
An historian. Amoah.
He's also doing very well.
This galamsey thing, yeah, it lies at the doorstep of the traditional leaders. I get to my point.
Yeah.
Because there is no way a politician or a Chinese will come to Ghana, go to, like, let's say, Jakubu, to go and mine there. It's up to the traditional leaders to tell the citizens that nobody should mine in this land. Mr. Kojo, for instance, in your house, can your neighbor come to your house and take something from me?
That cannot happen.
Yes. So what the politician is doing, see, the work that Erastus is doing, God bless that man. It's not easy. It's a risky thing. So, see, the politician can do whatever they will do. But the traditional leaders, the kings, the queens, should tell the people that, no, we will not allow these people to mine. I get to my point.
I get your point, Papa.
Yeah, so what the minister is going around. No, see, it's up to you people to tell the traditionalists that it's their duty to tell their people to stop. This thing will stop one time.
Thank you, Papa, for joining us. Let's go to Tema. Ajiman Joseph is on the line. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Kojo. I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well, sir. How about you too?
Oh, by the grace of God, I'm strong.
You're live on the show. Please go ahead.
This galamsey issue is multifactorial. One, we have those in government doing galamsey. That's the one. The corruption among the security agencies who are to fight galamsey. It's going to a time when some of them abandoned their duties outside the country and were wishing to go for this galamsey side just because they want to go and reach themselves. There's another issue of these galamsey campaigns who are having military to guard them. I don't see these galamsey guys being so tough for this our military. Ghanaian military are one of the best in Africa and the world. So they are capable of sweeping these galamsey guys around. But the corruption involved, you understand? And the chiefs, the MDCs and the other government appointees, what are they doing? So it's multifactorial. Let the chiefs understand that the galamsey, we need to stop it now. I thank you very much. God bless you for talking about it vehemently because you spoke about it during MPP's time and now you are speaking about it the more. That's balanced journalism. So I think those who have the money, the kingpins, they should sit them down. Those in government, they should sit them down. They should sit the soldiers down before they can trump this galamsey. Because our waters are destroying. Some of us don't have money to import water from outside. So I think something can be done.
Thank you, Joseph from Tema. Joseph says it's a lot of issues in one. If we fight corruption, we will win the fight against galamsey. And he agrees with Papa that the chiefs and traditional leaders should do a better job. Ernest in Boche is on the line. Ernest, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Is this Boche in Fansipim or Boche Ashali?
Actually.
My former neighborhood. How is it this morning in Boche?
Oh, we are all cool here.
You are live on the show. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much for what you are doing for Mother Ghana and the country as a whole. You know, the issue is that people are amassing wealth for themselves, and we don't know how they are making some of this money. Look, when you go to the galamsey areas, most of the properties around East Legon belong to these people. If we are not ready to tackle galamsey and people are making money out of it, then we should forget about everything. Because people don't care about anybody at all. They are only ready to make money from whatever means they want, whatever means they can find. How can we sit in Accra to find galamsey maybe in the Ashanti region, in the eastern region, in the western region? People don't care. They don't care. You see, what I would suggest as individual is that people who are involving in galamsey should be killed. If they are not going to kill them, then they will continue to misbehave. They should give them death sentence. That's what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernest. So, Ernest agrees with those who say that galamsey is ecological suicide. You are killing the ecology and preventing future generations from getting to enjoy from nature. So, if you are bold enough to do that today, then you don't need to live to see tomorrow. The lawyers and the legal people should advise on the legalities on all those things. Claude is in Tema. Claude, hello. Morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
You're live on the show. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think we need to find solutions and not just talk. The solution is in two areas: policy and education. You know, government has to have a policy on which type of mining we want to do, surface mining or underground. And I think every form of surface mining should be banned. And then we go underground or deep mining. So if you see anybody on the surface, that is a crime. If you don't have the resources to do underground mining, then you have no business doing any gold mining or any form of mining in this country. So one policy on the type of mining, underground mining, no surface, no river. Second is education. The rural people should be educated. There's more sustainable forms of earning income than just 3 days destroying the whole place and have nothing in the future. They can do palm, and if you look at the value chain of palm, the kernel, the oils you can produce from it, I think it's education. So one policy, two education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clause says all sorts of surface mining should be banned. We have that policy, and then we educate people to see the alternatives, the other forms of gold that do not destroy the environment. Peter from Shukra will be our last caller for today. Peter, good morning. Upon your rock, we are building our church.
How are you?
I'm very well, Peter. Go ahead.
My name is Peter T. I'm calling from Shukra.
Yes,
my
Peter.
brother, about this galamsey issue, I think that I'm so happy that Joy FM is still, enforcing or reinforcing their efforts to ensure that galamsey is stopped. But my brother, you know what? The previous contributors had also added their voices. And I believe about this community engagement. Because where these things are not happening in Accra, neither we have those Kumasi and all the cities that you can see that they are happening deep in the forest, where we have the chiefs and their opinion leaders functioning 24 hours a day. Because, you see, this government has been given also a responsibility. And I believe that he's using his discretionary powers to exercise that responsibility. So I'm urging government to take strong measures, are you getting me, to ensure that the correct people are put in place. Because we cannot continue to drink bad water in the system. And it is killing. And it's adding negative values to these kidney problems that we are facing today. And I know John Mama has a vision to ensure that if this galamsey activities is not stopped entirely, at least about 80-75% must be where they have now made their 100 days. So let's give them more opportunities. But Joseph, I believe that your voices go very far, and you can add value to these galamsey menace. At least, if not curtail at all, something has to be done about it. And I believe in Amoah and his presidency that by the close of the day we are going to get a result, a very good result that will satisfy the conduct of everybody, especially as a Ghanaian, as an individual in this country.
Good morning. Thank you, Peter, and thank you all of you for your messages and your calls. A happy birthday to Dr. Elvis Aaron Amenyinto of Gimpa Business School, Accounting Department. Wishing you a day filled with joy, love, and celebration. May this special day mark another year of good health, happiness, and success. I'm grateful for your friendship. This is from Richard Sin. And remember that we are going to the Safari Valley on Saturday, 10th of May to celebrate mothers. Sunday is the special Mother's Day. But we will have the celebration on Saturday. And then on Sunday, you get to go to church to praise God and thank God for the lives of all mothers. So Saturday, 10th May, Safari Valley Eco Park. That is our special multimedia Mother's Day celebration. It's happening from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. You get to see exotic birds and animals from different parts of the world. You get to enjoy the special Mother's Day buffet lunch in a garden. We have live band, we have guest artists, and it's going to be a great time. Take it from me. It's going to be gigim. at Safari Valley Eco Park on Saturday, 10th May. So give us a call. Call the front desk of Joy FM to register now. We have a limited bus service from Joy FM to Safari Valley Eco Park and back. If you also want to drive to the place, that is fine. But if you want to join our limited bus service, just call the front desk of Joy FM to register now. And the German Ozone Medical Center is a great healthcare facility with a strong focus on ozone therapy as a core of their clinical approach. If you are looking for a medical center where innovation in healthcare and implant dentistry is empowered by ozone and defined by excellence, you should go there. Call them on 055-024-2222 or email them at hello@gomc.com.gh. That is the German Ozone Medical Center. We are wrapping up today on the show. I wanted to take you to some of the towns Erastus mentioned and give you a look at how these places have been transformed or destroyed by galamsey. But we don't have enough time. So what I'm going to do and what a listener is suggesting that we give you before and after photos of these places. So let's say Keniago 10 years ago and Keniago now. We'll give you the satellite images of the before and after for you to see how galamsey is destroying a lot of the communities across the country. So we'll be doing that and we'll be sharing on our socials for you to see all these things. My name is Kojo, Akoto Boateng. I've been in the studio with Winston, Amoah. Today, Jojo, Aaron, all the guys have been around Semefa to help push the show. Special thanks to our producer, Samuel Dame, for also getting things behind the scenes for us. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll meet again tomorrow.